that says magical window. And if you lose track of that, just send me an email and I'll send you a link to get the show. But I want you to don't forget this reading, because these are the cards: the Nine of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the Lovers, the Ten of Swords, the Sun. And if you can look at those cards online, you'll see exactly what I'm seeing, and you'll see that it's good. Okay?
You have like a time frame on these things?
It's happening now. It's happening now.
Really?
Yeah, this is all these cards are showing that this is what's going on now.
Okay.
So
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to light a white candle at the end of the show afterwards to send you positive energy, so that we can kind of help boost this along. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. And thank you again for your...
I hope you have a beautiful day.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And we'll just shuffle the cards up again. That's an interesting reading, and it's right on the nose. I mean, that is the kind of reading that applies exactly to the question that was asked. I mean, this is how the cards work. I'm fond of saying this, but I've long since given up on trying to figure this out. But this is not anybody who wants to look at those cards that I mentioned. Yeah, I defy you to come up with a different interpretation, because this is, especially with the Justice card in the middle there, this is very good news. It's just very, very good news. But legal stuff involves compromise, and that can hurt sometimes. It can be a little bit painful. It can cause a twinge, because I mean, there was a comedian I know who did a joke about this. He had a divorce that was so bad he moved back home with his mother, and his joke was, this marriage was so bad I got sent to my room. But he also said that the joke was, in court, the woman suing him for divorce said, "Your Honor, he promised me the world, and that's all I want." But everybody has to compromise in a court case. You don't want a lawyer who will fight for everything you want, right down to your last dime. A good lawyer will let you know that some compromises have to be made. You don't have to sacrifice yourself, but go for the best you want and see what happens. It's my experiences with lawyers. Yes, you gotta have a good one. That's all I can say. Magdalena in Toms River, New Jersey is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm okay. So far.
Well, maybe we can do something to make you feel a bit better. How's that?
That sounds amazing.
Okay, what can we look at? What can we do for you? What do you want?
I would like to know if there's anybody on the other side, like a message. My father passed away, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, and it's a general reading in my marriage. A lot.
Well, do you want to take a look at your marriage, or do you want to? Well, see, usually when people ask me about that, they know what's going on in the marriage, so they know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you want, I can see if I can look at any messages from the other side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. I'll put out the cards, and there's a few cards I look for to verify that that's what's going on. And we just shuffle them up and see what we get. Cards like the Death card or the High Priestess who sees behind the veil. And this is the time of year that the veil is getting thinner and thinner. And, that's... well, there's the Death card. Bingo, right? That's one of the cards. That's definitely, for obvious reasons, one of the cards I look for. Although the card itself in a reading doesn't mean death. It does in this context, because that's what we're looking for. So let's see if there's a message here, and you can probably understand who it's from.
Okay.
Well, this is there anybody you want to look at who there's the High Priestess card. That's another card I look for in these readings. The person I'm looking at had a very difficult time crossing over. It was a bad time in life. I've got the Eight of Swords, which is a person who feels tied up and restricted, and then the Six of Swords, which is moving away and crossing the river, so to speak.
Okay.
So it could be somebody who had a very difficult time at the end, because there's great sadness here.
Yeah.
Great sadness, and the person was not being treated well by a lot of people. Is that somebody you know?
It could be. I have a lot of people that passed away. I mean, the closest one I know is, I haven't been close to him, is my dad, and that's what, but, like, when somebody passes over, I feel like, like, why?
Well, this one, this was a person who was having a very difficult time. All I can tell you is that from the cards I've got now, is that person, the difficult time is over for this person, he or she. The person has balance. The person is healing and growing. The spirit is doing much better. That's the message. And it's amazing how many times I get that.
Was the person ever in my dreams?
Well, let's see. There's cards I can get for that. If I get, say, let me shuffle them up. If I get the Moon card, that indicates dreams. Let's see. It's a very good question. Let's see what we get. I'm not getting an indication of any dreams, any activity in the unconscious, but what I do have is, again, and I get this a lot with these kind of readings, is the Ten of Swords, which says my troubles are over and I'm doing better now. You see, so the person is, the spirit is growing. The spirit is doing much better. Okay,
that's amazing.
Okay, even though there was great sadness and great pain.
Right. Can you explain that a little bit to me? Is it because what the person was going through in their lifetime? They go through, like, okay, I was feeling that a little bit.
I mean, I don't want to get into too many personal things, but there's an indication that the person didn't want to live anymore. You know what I mean? That the person just didn't want to anymore, and now the spirit sees that he or she is growing and is changing. I mean, I imagine in the spirit world we're no longer he or she, but
I'm 100%.
So the message I'm getting, though, is to tell you that I'm doing much better now.
Okay.
I'm healing. I'm growing. I'm feeling happy. It's just, and I get that all the time, especially the Ten of Swords, which says my troubles are over and I'm growing. And I've got here the Temperance card, which says balance is restored in my existence. So that's a message that this person wishes to get across.
Okay.
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 I've got to run. I'm up against the clock, and I've got to get to one more call. So I will light a white candle also for you at the end of the show.
Can't you let me know about my marriage or anything like that, or no?
I don't have time to look into that too deeply, so that's going to take a longer reading. If you want to give me a call another time, I'll be happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Bye now. Okay, and now let's see if we have time for one more call. We have a few minutes left. Vinny in Tasmania is on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, Vinny.
Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you.
Great. I'm glad to hear it. What can I look at for you?
I would love to know about my friend Adam Golan, or he's appealing to me, or whatever you can get it about my love life at the moment, because I'm single. I just separate.
We only have a few minutes. I can do this. What do you want to look at specifically?
Love life, maybe.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Well, there's happiness coming your way in the Ten of Cups. That's a good sign. The Four of Rods. I had these two cards for another person today who asked me about romance, so that's looking good. It's Did you just recently leave a relationship?
Yeah, about over a year.
Okay, because I've got a card here about leaving something that isn't working out and going to something better. And so that's why I ask you about it. It's the Eight of Cups. It's not a tragic thing. It's just that this just wasn't working and you just figured you're going to get something better. The Three of Cups is here, which is a card of a good relationship coming your way, but it's somebody you're going to meet through your friends.
Okay.
So keep an eye out about, you know how friends are. They're always trying to fix everybody up. But I do see that coming your way. And it's going to be good. It's like the Five of Cups is an interesting card because that still relates to the relationship you had that didn't work out. But it's still a bit on your mind, but it'll fade. It'll fade in a bit. It shows a person looking at three spilled cups, and there are two other cups that are full. And she'll turn around and see those other cups. So there's good stuff coming your way. It's just maybe it's a little too soon, but you're still feeling a little impact from that relationship that you left. But you'll get over that. I do definitely see a new relationship coming your way. That's the Knight of Cups. So
Okay. So
and it'll be good. Go ahead.
One I never been met before.
You've never what?
Is there gonna be someone that I already knew before, or someone I never met before?
I'm going to say that it could be either way, but I think the cards are leaning towards somebody that you never met before, who some of your friends are going to set you up with, and it's going to be good. It's going to be see the Four of Cups. Now that shows a hand coming out of a cloud offering a cup to somebody who doesn't notice it. So that definitely tells me it's somebody you don't know. And then there's the Nine of Cups. You're getting all the good cup cards here. That's a very good sign. The Nine of Cups means it's a very sensual and fulfilling and satisfactory relationship with people who know how to really live well, you know. So I think you're going to have a great time with this one.
So how long it's gonna be? For how many months?
Oh, I don't think it's going to be a matter of months. I have the Ace of Cups here right now. That means this is in the works now. I would be very surprised if it took more than a month.
Oh wow!
It's in the works now. Your friends are working on that. You know, your friends are they're gonna bring you somebody, and it'll work out well. I've got to run now.
Okay.
But, hey, this is looking good. I see all the good signs here for you. So congratulations. You're about to have an excellent ride, okay? It's going to be a good experience.
Thank you.
And this one could last. You're going to be very happy. Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. And you know what that means? It's the end of the show. That means I'm going to tell you how scary life is, and then I'm going to sell you the cure. No, I don't do that kind of stuff. That I definitely don't do. I absolutely don't do that. You know, if you go to any one of the pages, just about all the pages of magic-works.com, you'll see a link to my Zazzle page. But you go to the occult jewelry page at magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com. Go to the occult jewelry page because you think about this. I don't want to push anyone into buying anything as if I could, but we're sliding in towards the holiday gift season, and I have some very affordable, interesting gifts in the occult jewelry section. And if you you can just go to any page at my website and click the Zazzle link, and you'll see a wonderful array of occult jewelry. And there's some stuff there that's like ridiculously overpriced, like pocket watches with pentacles of Mars on them. Trust me, I don't want you to buy the pocket watches. The pocket watches are just there for show. I don't even know what I would do if somebody bought one. I'd ask them, "Are you sure?" Because they're a bit overpriced, but they're pretty and I like them, and I may use one myself. But it'd be nice to take a look at some of the amulets and talismans there, because that's a good gift, and it's a simple thing, and it can bring you things that you desire. Take a look at that at Zazzle. And my bestseller over there, believe it or not, is an all-white shaving mug with the Williams Shaving Soap logo. Now, you can take a look at that, too, at the Zazzle page. I've sold so many of those, I've lost track. But I'm really happy with the occult jewelry page. I'm wearing one of the things now. I'm wearing a talisman now. And when we start doing video, you'll see what I'm wearing. So this has been great. I mean, the time flies, right? Isn't that what I always say? Time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. But here we are at the end of the show. So I will see you again next week. 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific on Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we will spend an hour looking through the tarot. And remember, until then, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become, that is your gift back to the universe. See you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-32 888-885-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I'm very happy you're here. I'm very happy I'm here. I'm happy everybody's here. And welcome to live TV. And I'm here to answer your calls and answer your questions. First, I'll answer your call, then I'll answer your question. Of course, I'm pretty psychic, so I could answer your question without answering your call. Ready? There. But how is that? Good. Okay. Now you have the answer. We can all go home. Anyway, I'm here in actually Brooklyn, New York. And as I said, this is live. So anything that screws up just remains screwed up, actually. So I have a family connection to live television. Back in the day, in the 50s and 60s, a lot of TV was live, including a lot of dramas. So it was as if you're watching Netflix, but they were doing it at the same time. And my grandfather used to write and direct stuff in live TV, like Studio One and Playhouse 90. And the first time my father's parents ever saw my mother, after mom and dad started dating, she was playing an 18-year-old Swedish prostitute on a show called Studio One. And since his parents were Jewish and she wasn't, pretty much confirmed everything that they thought about Shikses. But they got used to her. Anyway, so welcome to live TV. I'm Perry Lyons, Perilyons, and I'm very, very serious about answering with accuracy, love, more accuracy, more love, and then more accuracy and love on top of that, the questions about the things that mean the most to you. So in my case, that would be my parakeets and cupcakes. But hard to think of an interesting question about those. So anyway, I'm very happy to see you. And I'm going to do the tarot psychic weather. We do this every week. And it's just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I love ginger ale. So how this works is Daytona Beach. Oh, I was just watching a movie set there. Oh, I want to go to Daytona Beach. Hi, Carrie. I'll be with you in 3 minutes. Just going to do the psychic weather. Okay, love?
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you. While you're waiting, and I'm going to ask the audience to do this with me because it makes us all more psychic, I'm going to ask you to breathe in deeply and then breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle. What this does is it activates, and do that 3 or 4 times. It activates the vagus nerve, not the vagus nerve, which is what happens in the vagus nerve stays in the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve regulates our central nervous system, and activating it calms us down, makes us more attuned to our higher selves, makes our hair shinier, has us lose weight, all that good stuff. Okay, so here's how the Psychic Tarot weather works. It works like this. The first card, I'm going to pick 3 cards. The first card is for the beginning of the week, starting today. So it's Wednesday, Thursday, maybe half of Friday. The second card is for the middle of the week. So those are Friday, Saturday, Sunday, a little bit of Monday. And the third card is for the end of the week, which is like Monday, Tuesday, and brings us back to Wednesday, when you'll be joining me again live 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. Perry Lyons. Remember the name. Sometimes I don't, so one of us has to. So here's the first. Oh, this is nice. I like this. The first card is the King of Cups. So King of Cups is a really interesting card. It's usually a male energy, or a man, or somebody who identifies as a man. We're very LGBTQ friendly in this program, even if I can't get the letters straight. This is a man who's coming into your life who might be a little romantic. He might also be a Pisces, a Cancer, or a Scorpio. King of Cups is sort of it's traditionally the good husband and father card, but it can also mean an older man who's kind of interested in you in, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, a bit of a romantic way. I love doing that. You just got boys around you today. Okay, middle of the week, Page of Pentacles. So this is either, it could be somebody with a very childlike energy. It could, in your vicinity, it could be you dealing with a child, possibly specifically an earth sign child. So that's Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. It can also mean that you're getting back in touch with a part of you that was very, what part of you, did I mention this is live? A part of you that was very practical as a child. And maybe if you've drifted away from that, you're not as practical as you were back then. You can reclaim that part of yourself. Oh, I like this. The last part of the week is, it looks like you might either be, often this is an engagement card. For those of us who are currently single, she says, sobbing quietly to herself. Sorry. This card often indicates being invited to a wedding, a bridal party, or a celebration with friends in honor of some sort of special event like promotion. Most often it's a bridal shower, baby shower, baby shower. That does, oh, that sounded wrong. Let's just forget I said that, shall we? Thank you. Okay. Baby shower. But it can sometimes herald it's usually a happy announcement worth celebrating. There. And that's it for your week. I mean, more stuff will happen than that, but that's the highlights. And Carrie, have I got that right? Are you still with us, darling?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hooray. All right. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So if you could tell me when your birthday is.
It's 10/13.
Oh, I'm going to say that's October 13th. Oh, that's a great birthday. I have a lot of wonderful friends at that birthday. We like it. You can stay. All right, Angel, what's your question?
I was just wondering if you could connect with any of my loved ones.
Oh, okay. Mediumship is a little tough to do live, but let's pick out a specific, well, I guess we don't have to. There's a woman coming forward. Is your mom still with us, or did your mom pass over?
No, she's still with us.
Okay, that's what I'm getting. This feels like a grandmother of some kind. Either that.
Yeah, my grandma has passed.
Hold on. Wait a minute. This is either an aunt or a close. No, this feels like a close woman friend of yours. That's what that is. Oh, golly. She reminds me a lot of my friend Christine. Have you had a woman friend pass in the last 5 years?
No, I have not. I have had a couple of aunts and my grandmother, though.
Specific. You had a couple of aunts. I guess it was an aunt. I really like her. She's a very sort of young-seeming auntie. She dresses quite well. So she looks like she was kind of the cool auntie. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't know if
the ones I was hoping to connect with, though, are
looks like her name would be Anne to me.
Yeah, her middle name.
I'm sorry? Oh, is her middle name?
Yeah, her middle name is Anne.
Let me see if I can get her first name. She had a very nice old-fashioned first name, but I can't quite get it. It's not Lucy. It's not Verna. What was her first name?
Cheryl.
Okay. It was coming up, but that's a really nice name. Okay. Hold on. Oh, she likes you. Oh, aren't you adventurous? Huh. Okay. She likes you.
Yeah, we were pretty close.
Yeah. And you take after her. I feel like she was kind of the most adventurous one in the family to a certain extent, and that you have a kind of badass attitude that takes after hers. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, got the right person. Interesting. I wonder why she showed up. Her mother has passed. So your grandmother has passed, it feels like.
Yeah, my grandmother was
an older woman who's shorter than she is.
Yeah, that would be her daughter. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, her mother is kind of a badass too, but she had to keep it kind of on the DL.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, yeah, kind of wow.
Are
Was this some
there
sort of
any males coming through?
very conservative family?
Yes. Mhm.
Are there any what coming through?
Are there any males coming through?
I can only sort of do one or two people at once, so
Uh-huh.
it's hard. This is a long distance call, Toots. So I'm gonna stick
Yeah,
with these two because it's.
I was
Oh,
really
wait a
hoping
minute.
that
Now that
my
you said
son,
that, of course, now that you said that, a guy's, oh, he's handsome.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm going to take a little time alone with him. I'll be right back.
Okay.
That's your friend Mike. Dark hair, blue eyes or green eyes?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's cute. Hey, Mike. Yep, that's Mike. Got him.
His first name is Mark.
He left unexpectedly.
Yes.
His first name is Mark. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Oh, I like it. Okay, wait a minute. One at a time, guys.
Yeah, I
Do you mind
also
if I
had a
ask, are
son
you
who
married?
passed away.
You're either in a long-term relationship. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I
Yeah, I was kind of hoping he
we
would
gotta
come
lead
through.
with that because I can't be psychic in 5 directions. I don't know. Maybe that's. Hold on. No, he looks different. He's got. Is he got? Oh, darling, that's the worst thing I can imagine. Okay. Is he slender? About 5'10", 5'11"?
Yes.
Does he have light brown hair?
Yes.
Oh, I love him. Oh, I'm so
Yes.
sorry.
He's got a really good personality.
A great personality, and he's oh God, that's the worst thing I can imagine. Boy, does he love you. He's got a sister he
Yeah.
wants to say hi to too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he loved her a lot too. Whew, this is exhausting.
Mhm.
Okay, so we've got an aunt. You know, I'm I'm going to ask you to tip me. Let me go. I don't want. I want to stay with your son because Mike, your aunt and Mike and everybody took a step away, took a step back when he appeared. They want you to talk. He's okay. What is he saying? He loves you. Did he have a motorbike? Well, listen to me. Did he have a motorcycle or what?
Yes. He did.
He did? Okay.
Yes.
I hope that's not how he passed.
No,
it's not how he passed.
No, it
He's
is. He
really
was in a
sorry.
motorcycle accident.
It is.
Mhm.
It is. Okay. I'm very, very sorry. Yeah, that's what he was saying that, but I didn't want to hear it. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little emotional. Forgive me.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, that's why the motorcycle came up first.
Mhm. So he knows what
Oh,
happened.
God. He knows what happened, but the reason you're confused is because he was around you for about 6 months because he wasn't sure what was going on, right?
Yes. Yep.
Can you give me a second? What was
Sorry?
his first name?
Tyler?
Kyle? Lyle? What?
Tyler?
Tyler. Okay. I was getting the Y and the L and the E. I was getting Kyle or Lyle, but Tyler. Yeah. He's sad. I mean, he's okay where he is, and believe me, it's very nice where he is. But he misses. He gets to be with you, but he misses you. He misses his romantic person, his girlfriend. I don't know why I said romantic person. Did he have a son?
Not that we know of.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that's an important caveat there. Okay. He wants his sister. I can't tell if he has a brother as well. I feel like there are 3.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Damn, I'm good. He wants them to know that he loves them very much, that he wasn't intending to pass when he did, that he's still with them, and if they don't do what he told them to do, he's going to come back and smack them. Is that something he'd say?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. That's not how I talk, so it better be how he talks. Oh, Tyler, he's also very, very cute. Woo,
Yes, he is.
Guys on the show. Hold on a second. I need some ginger ale. Oh. focusing my ginger ale. Oh well, hold on. Hold on. Sorry, it's a lot. All right.
That's okay.
And he was messing with me too. He was
Yes,
the one who
that's
said
him.
Lyle, and then you said Tyler. He was messing with me. Is that something he'd do?
Yeah, absolutely. He was totally a jokester.
He just asked me to take my hair down, and I don't know why, but he likes blondes.
Yeah.
He does,
Yeah,
right?
he was definitely a jokester.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's so present. I'm gonna have to ask him not to stick around.
Does he feel like
I'm gonna ask him,
does he
Tyler,
feel like he caused the accident, or does he feel like somebody else caused the accident?
somebody else caused the accident.
Yeah.
There was a drunk. It
That's
feels
what I
like it was a
thought.
drunk driver.
Yeah, that's what I thought
Yeah.
too.
A drunk plumber. Did they ever catch the person?
No, they did not.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
I was pretty positive that the person was drinking.
And the guy's a plumber. I don't.
Oh
mean
my
to,
God,
I don't
that's
mean
so
to
crazy.
plumbers, but the
No, he
yeah, the person
he was going to school to be a plumber.
Oh, okay, that's where I'm getting plumber. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to diss plumbers. Sorry, I'm good, but sometimes it's a little hard to tell what I'm being told.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's the plumber part. No, the guy, it was a guy and he was drunk. No, oh no, it wasn't a guy. It was a woman and she was drunk.
Correct.
I can't believe a woman would hit and run.
That it was absolutely
You know what?
a
They're
girl.
gonna catch her. It was a girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yep.
They're gonna catch her, and I hope she fries. I'm sorry. I'm usually a pretty liberal person, but the world needs
she so far has gotten away with it.
Well, she's not going to get away with it forever. Trust me on this.
That's good to hear.
Trust me on this. If I've ever said, and Tyler's going to make sure that happens. I love him.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to ask him, is it okay if I ask him to go home with you and not stay here with me? Because sometimes they get a little confused. So Tyler, I am extremely grateful that you came and that you were so specific, and that he says, Mom, I love you more than, not noses, not roses. I love you more than, I don't know, I can't get the last word, but he wants you to know I love you. He loves you more than anyone or anything that's ever existed. He loves you, and he loves his dad too, and he loves his brother and his sister. But he loves you so much, and he's with you. Not in an embarrassing way, just in a good way. And he will occasionally steal your keys because you have a tendency to lose your keys. Is that true?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, I think we got enough confirmation. That was This is Tyler. He's here, and he sends his love, and there is no death. Well, I mean, we go into a better, bigger room, but love doesn't die. Personality doesn't die. It just doesn't. Yeah. And I didn't know that till I started doing this work. So please,
thank you very much.
He's with you. He loves you. He gave you, I don't think I've ever gotten that many signs in that shortest span for confirmation. So do you feel that this is confirmation that he came through for you?
Absolutely, 100%.
I'm so glad. And I'm so incredibly sorry for your loss, but he's right there with you. And boy, does he love you. And
thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, darling. Stay in touch. Let me know how you are. I'm Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, like Periwinkle. And Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S. I'm in Facebook. Just keep in touch and let me know how you are, okay? Because I care.
Okay. I will. Thank you very much. You have a wonderful night.
Bye, sweetie. Oh. I'm not sure I can take another caller. That was a lot of work. It was very joyous work. I'm very grateful to Carrie for being so forthcoming. I'm very grateful to Tyler for being so forthcoming. Wow. I guess I can take another caller if we have one. Whew. Jeanette, I don't think I can do more mediumship work. I'm happy to answer any psychic questions for you, but let's start with your birthday.
Okay, sounds good. August 14th, 1985.
Oh, I have shoes older than you. You're just August 14th. I think that was director Alfred Hitchcock's birthday.
What was that?
Oh, I get so many Leos on the show. I love Leos. And Leo.
Oh, thank you.
Love Leos. You guys are so much fun. You're like champagne as a person. If a person was champagne, that's a Leo.
I agree. Thank you.
It's
I do love
true.
to have fun.
All right, my darling. I don't know. Let me just ask my producer how much time we have so I know how fast to talk.
Okay.
Dave, are you playing games at 5 minutes? Okay. Dave, are you playing games on your iPhone? Okay. Hello, my darling. So do you have a specific question, my angel? How can I help you? It feels like you've got 2 questions, but I think we only have time for 1. So pick one, love or career.
Love.
Atta girl. Girl after my own heart. You're a romantic. All Leos are romantic.
I am.
I know.
Yeah.
You're awesome. I love your voice. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I ask, is your romantic interest, do you like boys, girls, llamas? Which? Just so I know.
Boys.
Yeah, me too. Sometimes I wish I could change it because they're difficult. Boys are difficult. I don't like them, but they're difficult. Sometimes I think it would be nice to go out with a girl because they're sane. Women are sane. We're sane. But we can't help how we're built. Anyway, you got 3 guys on the run, hon. I don't know what you're calling me for. You should have your own show. I don't even know if you know this, but you've got one back and forth relationship. Well, you're very attractive. I don't think you know that either. So will you just take Auntie Perry's word for it? You're very attractive, and just from here on in, just assume that and treat men like the dirt beneath your feet. Will you do that for your Auntie Perry, my cherished duckling? Because you're very attractive, very attractive person. So there are 2 guys who have mad crushes on you. One is at work. One is someplace. Is there a place you go that's not work? I know it's called home.
Yeah. My son's karate studio. I'm there 4 days a week, and also I volunteer at his school.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I love that you volunteer. You're awesome.
Yeah.
I think one of the karate instructors or one of the older kids has a huge crush on you. Maybe both.
Oh my God.
And,
you know what? I was going to ask you that question because his girlfriend is the other instructor, and she's been giving me the stink eye, and I was wondering if it was in my head or not.
Oh yeah, has she? She's giving you shade? No, it's not in your head. I like to save time by telling you the answer to your question before you ask it. I'm a New Yorker.
Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah,
tonight
she's giving you
I
shade.
felt weird vibes with.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. He likes you, she doesn't. Well, that was easy. Next question. I don't think they're going to stay together though. I watch a lot of true crimes. Oh, thank you. So are you. I got to say, I wish you lived closer. Damn. God for beer. I watch too much true crime, and at least 3 different female karate instructors have like featured on like Snapped. So don't make her mad would be but he really likes you. Also, somebody else who's not there, I think it's somebody you volunteer with, likes you. And there is somebody that you see off and on, but you're not mean enough to him. You have to be mean. Grr, like that. Grr. See, like that.
I don't know who that would be. I've been single and I've never I don't know who that would be. I've been single for 6 months. I've never dated an ex or anything like that. Like once I'm done with him, I never go back. I block him and have never dated the same guy.
He hasn't arrived yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? You and me both. Same time, same deal. We've got 60 seconds, so I'm going to talk really fast. The person that I see coming for you, I'm sorry, because for me, all time is now. So sorry about that. Sometimes my timing is a little off, and I'm a little tired from the previous. So here's the deal. You do have somebody coming. He is within 6 months. I think he's in 5 months. I think you're probably going to meet him over the holidays. I think he's very cute, too. And he's single. He's not, so don't, You're also going to meet somebody who isn't single. That might be the karate instructor. Stay away because you do not want to be karate chopped. But the karate instructor will come back around. I think he and I are both terrified of his girlfriend.
Yeah.
So, but he does have a crush on you. This guy, I think you're going to meet through volunteering or at the school in some way. It's a single father. Yes, it is. Oh, courtship of Eddie's father. And you guys, you're going to know as soon as you meet each other.
Okay.
Trust me on this. All right, my love.
Okay.
I'm Perry Lyons. Keep in touch, darling. Get in touch with me on Facebook, Perry Lyons, and I'll give you a free 10 minutes. So get in touch with me and I'll finish our reading, okay? I love you guys. I'll see you next week. 9 p.m. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I am here for you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Wendy McCallum Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening. Hi, how are you? My name is Wendy McCallum. I am a psychic medium from the UK. And this is A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so excited about tonight. Really, really excited. And I'm sorry I wasn't here last week. So you probably are aware that I was quite poorly. So I was critically ill and I nearly died. And that's kind of what goes on, is that I really suffer with my health. I suffer with pain and fatigue since I've been critically ill. Now, they don't know why I'm still alive, but I do, you see, because I found sound healing when I was in intensive care and my organs were shutting down and stopping working. I found sound and I listened to solfeggio frequencies whilst I was incapacitated, shall we say. And I believe that is what stimulated my organs. I brought my organs back into balance, and that as well as the lovely distant healing that I was being sent from all the lovely people round about the world, and all the crystal healing I was being sent. So I'm a firm believer in distant healing, crystal grids, and most definitely sound therapy. So the other week, I took myself off on a sound therapy workshop, and it was angelic crystal sound healing. And that's basically bringing in the angelic realms, working with crystals and working with sound. So what is sound? What is sound frequency? Well, solfeggio frequencies is 9 tones, yeah, and it's derived from numerology, and it's been around for thousands of years. It's believed to create positive shift in anybody or anything that is in close proximity. So that includes your lovely animals as well. So the specific tones. So everything in your body is frequency. We are frequency. So your heart has a frequency, your lungs has a frequency, your brains, your blood, your adrenals, and so forth. Everything is frequency. And these lovely tones or sounds or different frequencies correlate to different parts of the body. Therefore, I believe stimulating them in order to bring them back into balance. So with the solfeggio frequency, there's 9 tones, but as you're probably aware, there's so many different frequencies. I don't know where to start, to be honest with you. So I brought my lovely crystal singing bowls in. Let me find something. Oh, here we go. Got to show you this lovely thing. This is Angelica. And she is of the frequency of the heart. These sounds are just so powerful. You can really feel those lovely waves just washing over the body, okay? So I brought some lovely instruments just to show you the difference between them and the different frequencies, okay? She's just lovely. I called her Angelica. I don't know why. But we've got some lovely singing bowls here. These actually like to be played with this instrument rather than the other. And each one of them, I'm just going to move Angelica, I've got different tones. Hope you like my sparkly top, yeah? Put it on especially for you. So So that's some of the crystal singing bowls and some of the different tones, and they correlate to the chakras and the chakra system. I had these imported from America. These are absolutely beautiful, yeah. And I've got 15 of these lovely sound healing pipes, and each one of these is related to the human organs. So this one is 492.8 hertz, and this is the adrenals. So you're probably aware that the adrenals is what we, when we go into fear, flight and fright, or when we suffer with stress or anxiety, which is why I chose to bring this one, and plus it's one of the smaller ones. And they play the most beautiful tones, they really do. And then what I've done today is I've brought you some lovely tuning forks, and you see. So the tuning forks, I've got 9 of them, and they're the solfeggio frequencies. So the first one is 174. Let me play it with this. I don't know if you can hear this. 174 helps you manage pain. Okay, so it helps to relax the body. It's the lowest of the solfeggio frequencies. It's known as the healing frequency. It enhances concentration, helps release stress. It helps with migraines, back pains, knees, joint pain. It helps you to be courageous. And yeah, it's just a beautiful, beautiful frequency. Then we've got 285 hertz, which is about how you survive. Your roots connected to your root chakra. It promotes healing. It helps you restructure damaged organs. It helps to rejuvenate the mind, the body, and the soul. It energizes, and it helps bring the body back to a balanced state, and it helps to boost the immune system. So that's 285. I've got to stop them before they go on the table, otherwise it'll be like, yeah. So we've got 396, which is about releasing fear and guilt. That's known as the frequency of liberation and transformation. So it's said to help release negative energy, promotes emotional, physical health, it helps you to let go of stress, helps provide, like get rid of the negative energy, like fear, doubt, grief. It helps to manage that. So yeah, it's another, well, this also helps boost the immune system was the last one. Okay, so this is 396. I've picked up the wrong one. And this one helps to turn grief into joy. It helps you ground, it helps cleansing. It's really helpful for people who are experiencing loss or suffering with grief, fear or guilt, yeah. These sound therapies are so underrated. That's why I wanted to talk to you about them today. And just even listening to them when you're in your bed, when you're asleep, you know, playing them to the subconscious is a pretty powerful thing as well, you know. This one's 417. Again, this is about releasing negativity, past trauma, helps to clear that negative energy out of the body. It helps dissolve mental blockages, it activates the sacral chakra. It creates the energy to bring about change, and it cleanses traumatic experiences, clears negativity and facilitates positive change, okay? And I'm beginning to do a lot of sound healing with my clients. It's just totally amazing. 528 hertz. You can hear that the frequencies get higher and higher. It's known for clarity and peace, for DNA healing through toning and meditation. This one's known as the love frequency, and it's connected, or it resonates with that lovely heart chakra. It helps you to raise your vibration, attract positivity, and to manifest and attract love if you're looking for love. So this is a frequency for you. It helps to reduce stress and anxiety. It helps to improve sleep quality and produce those feelings of calm and relaxation, and increases awareness. In ancient cultures, this frequency was used to manifest miracles. That's lovely. 528. 639 frequency is about healing interpersonal relationships, healing the relationship with yourself and healing the relationship with others. So again, that's what's through the love frequency. It's about attracting that love, positivity, and helping communicate. It's helping you communicate better with yourself and helping communication within relationships by harnessing that empathy. So empathy is feeling. Okay, an empath is somebody who feels other people's feelings and emotions. So it helps you to be compassionate towards others. Again, this helps you to release negativity, negative emotions, to cultivate I can't speak tonight. Yeah, I need to put my teeth back in. Yeah, it helps to cultivate a more positive and balanced emotional state. And it's the frequency related to open and oneness in human relationships. Again, it helps you if you've got friction or problems within a relationship, bring clarity to our thoughts. It is the frequency of the divine. It's fantastic when meditating, and it is our gateway to higher consciousness, which leads to that deep internal peace. Okay, so I've got 60 seconds to go now, folks. Yeah. But just to leave you with a lovely note, let's leave you with a lovely Angelica. So I hope you have a wonderful week. And I very much look forward to seeing you next week. And if you're looking for healing, advice, guidance, you can find me on TikTok under Wendy McCallum Medium. I'm just opening up an Etsy shop so I can do 1-question readings. You'll find me there, 2-question readings, pendulum readings, mediumship, Zoom, whatever you want. Yeah, you'll find me on Etsy under Wendy McCallum Medium, and I'm divineintuition.co.uk. So I will leave you with that beautiful heart-centered frequency, and I will speak to you all next week. Take care, God bless, have a fantastic week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Susanna Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So here we go, my lovely friends here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I hope you are all very well. I am just starting this show. It is a very, very special show because this is the 104th episode. And oh my goodness me, such an interesting and exciting experience altogether every time when I'm here with you talking to you. So I hope you are all very well. Now, today I'm going to talk to you about something interesting. When I'm coming here, I could have ideas what I'm going to talk about, but then about 80% of the time, something else is coming forward. So I am just truly, truly trusting God and spirit consciousness to give me this conversation today here for you. But then before I do that, actually, I need to tell you something as a very interesting conversation. So I need to remember that one as well. But if you are interested in my work, find me, follow me on social media. It's there everywhere, Susanna Medium, or my website, susannamedium.com, and it's always 9 letters, Susanna. You know this very well. It's ZSUZSANNA. So I practice that. But otherwise, it's ZSUZSANNA medium.com, where I'm available for readings, coaching, and consultations, public talks, which I will have more coming up, even more live conversations and live platform work, what we call here in the UK. So I'm really looking forward to that. And then also hearing conversations, channeling. So you see, over these many shows, we have spoken about so many things. So that is all available for you as well. So you see, today I was talking to somebody. I was actually doing a reading, and while I was in the middle of the reading, a piece of memory came up for me in my own personal life. And you see, that can happen very easily if you are working with somebody else. So it doesn't have to be a reader. You don't have to be a psychic or a medium or a reader. But then anytime, you see, just notice when you are talking to somebody, anything can come up with you from your own experience. And then this is what happened to me. So it's like, even if you're a teacher, social worker, working with people, or just talking to your own parents or spouses and children and so on. So watch out for that moment when something else is coming up for you while you are listening to the other person. And then there is that very fine line of how much we are listening to the other person and how much we are drifting away with our own conversation. And, the past memories or conversations can bring up different melodies, different memories, melodies. Maybe we can sing for that as well. But then actually now I'm remembering. Now, that is another thing. Today I did not get any musical challenge from Mr. Dave Producer. So here we go. Maybe that's why I'm talking about the melodies with the memories and melodies. But here we go. So this is what happened. And while I was doing this reading for somebody, I was talking to this lovely person, that piece of memory came up. And that was actually quite a few years ago when I remember I had a boyfriend. And then I did not know he wanted to break up with me. And that was December, around the first or second week of December. Of course, you are looking forward to Christmas and doing things together and so on and so on. And then that wasn't even in my consciousness that could happen. But what was really, really interesting was that and then maybe that's why I'm telling you, because there might be somebody out there who is in that very situation. Maybe that's why I got the whole idea for today. I don't know what I'm talking, but then maybe that's why I'm giving you this example, because that afternoon, the day before he broke up with me, that afternoon, evening, actually, I sat down and watched a film. And I remember that was a French film, one of the beautiful French films, and that beautiful, beautiful energy. And then in the film, the couple broke up, and in quite an unusual way. And certain conversations were said. And the following day, while I was going to work, I was teaching at that time and traveling on the train and so on and so on. When you watch something, it really has an impact on you. And then at the back of your mind, you are wondering, why is that person talked like that? Or what was that conversation about? Or it was a little bit unusual in that sense. So it was playing out in the back of my mind. And then what was interesting was that when I got home in the afternoon, of course, we went for a coffee with this boyfriend, and he just said to me what he wanted to say. It was quite plain, 2 sentences, quite direct, matter of fact. And how I would be normally taking things, I would be very emotional. But as I was listening to him and watching and reading the facial expressions and the body language, I saw exactly what I saw in the film the night before. And for the split second, I did not know whether I'm in the film. What kind of story? Whose story is this? What kind of energy is this? How do I need to experience my own reality? And what was really, really interesting, because little bit later, I did not have to think too much on the whole thing, because even if it was very sudden, but somehow I knew the story, because spirit put me there in front of my TV or DVD or whatever it was I was watching, to watch that film, to experience that conversation, to live through the emotions of the people in the story, and keep me busy for the whole day, the following day, the same day in a sense, to think about and ponder and feel the energy. As you know, when you watch a really good film, it's really at the back of your mind. So I said to myself, maybe yes, not just maybe, but that's why I was given that sign the night before, to live everything through. So when that moment comes, without me knowing it was coming, then I would be able to manage it. And how very beautiful Spirit is protecting us from greater trauma. So if you feel that, so for me, that was a sign. I took it as a sign. And in that sense, it was easy, because by the time my ex-boyfriend said something, said his thing, I was already living everything through. It was more matter of fact for me, because my subconscious mind worked through the whole story from the film. And then when I was in my own chair, then everything played out, and in a way how it needed to play out. And me without me being emotionally affected by the story. So just watch out how spirit is looking after you when things are coming up in your life, whether you are having a conversation and suddenly you are taken back to a spot in your life, or a conversation, or you are watching something, or you are dreaming something, and the following couple of days that comes true, that brings certain conclusion or completion of a conversation. So that energy, that spiritual energy from our spirit families in the spiritual realm, they are very much there for us, and then they are watching over and guiding us. So especially if you are more sensitive, or you know that, or they know you would take certain things more emotionally. So it's quite fascinating how we are living in our own reality, and everything in one way or another is working out as it needs to work out. So just ponder on this. And then you see, while I was doing this reading earlier today, I said to myself, of course, my attention was on the individual. That's why I was there. And I could not have thought about my own stories, because I can't sidetrack myself. I need to be disciplined. And of course, this is what you do when you work professionally with somebody. That the whole story was there, but then I needed to think about it now. And then now, in preparation to this show, I said to myself, oh, maybe there is somebody out there, somewhere out there, who needed to hear this story. And then just noticing that, or believing and having that faith that you are guided, you are protected. And then even if you have quite big challenges in your life, then the solution is going to come of one way or another. And then even if you feel that actually, oh, my life is all over the place, I can't even sit still, or can't even think, or can't even do anything, or these kind of things, then there are times when spirit just very, very directly giving you the guidance, whether you want it or not, whether you have asked for it or not. Maybe you are just looking for your car key, or just putting out your rubbish or anything, or your trash, and then you would just find the spirit would find you. You would be in that space that you suddenly feel that peace, that calm energy within yourself. And then suddenly, while your mind is very, very busy, then you would realize that actually, or you would sense that energy that, oh, suddenly everything is just so very peaceful within myself. And how come? I was so stressed all over the place a couple of seconds ago, and now suddenly I'm feeling so very peaceful. And then if you feel that, you need to know, you need to know that spirit is very much looking after you and you are very much guided. And then even if you believe it or not, or accept it or not, but then that energy is very much around you and very much available for all of us, whether we are in a very zen out, very peaceful situation or in a very chaotic situation. But then spirit is giving us a sign when we need to hear it, when we need to get it. So very, very fascinating things. And it also brought me something up in my conversation that I remember. So today I'm just chatting, I'm just chatting one of these shows, brought up another storyline. And then that could also happen to you if you are developing or if you are interested in psychic development, mediumistic development, or healing energies and so on, that throughout your dreams, that you can go through a time when you start having dreams, and then all the dreams are going to show you something. All the dreams are going to show you something. And in the morning when you wake up, you realize that everything in your dream has been just so very vivid, so alive, and maybe a bit unusual. Take notice of those dreams, because that is another space where spirit is directly talking to you and finding the soul to soul, the highest of the highest frequency. Maybe our lives can be very, very, or is very, very chaotic. And that is maybe the time when they find you, when you are sleeping, and they give you the messages and the guidance throughout your dreams. And if you are organized enough, you might want to write those dreams down, and then you will see what else is coming forward while you are writing. Your only job when you are writing, I'm looking for a pen here, the only job when you are writing is that you put the pen on the paper and let the pen do the work, and you will be surprised what is opening up for you. So I'm just encouraging you from this space to take any of these examples for your own life, and really listening to and knowing that you are very much looked after in spirit's care and God's love. So my friends, this was our show, Susanna Medium 104, the A1R team behind the scene. Thank you very much for this show and all the other shows. I always say, and I love you. And I'm encouraging all of you to stay tuned and watch all the other shows. And then once you have done that, come back to my pages, into all the YouTube page. You can find all the Susanna Medium shows, and keeping in touch and sending messages and signing up for the newsletter and all those wonderful, wonderful things. So my lovely friends, from this place, I'm sending you lots of love, many, many blessings. And I don't know what is the song. Maybe we can, just sit quietly and start singing the song, and let's see what is opening up for you. So here we go. Thank you very much, and speak to you very, very soon. Thanks. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Larkin Psychic Medium with Larkin. Live from larkinsreadings.wixsite.com/website.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-848 488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Larkin's Psychic Reading
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Oh my gosh. This is going to be an amazing 15 minutes. Today, I want to talk about animals. And then next week, we're going to get back to taking more readings from callers, okay? I want to talk about animals because I have had so many questions coming in about how animals fit into all of this. How do animals fit into readings? How do they fit into, do they have souls? What happens when they cross over? How do we communicate with them? Do they get through to us the same way that our loved ones and angels and spirit guides do? And I've had so many questions pouring in. And so I wanted to take this time to just kind of summarize some of that for you guys, because so many of you love your animals and you have got fuzzy family members or scaly or feathery family members at home. And this is really important for you to know in order to help them and enjoy them more and enhance your bond, right? So first of all, I want to let you guys know I have updated my website name and it is now larkinsreadings.com. So larkinsreadings.com. And I do actually have an animal interpreter page. And these are the types of things that we talk about. So let's start with the first basic thing. Number one, people always ask me, do animals have souls? Because, you know, a lot of times the churches tell us, no, they don't. Well, yeah, of course they do. Everything is energy. All energy is conscious. Animal souls are growing and evolving just like yours is. And so they may not have our prefrontal cortex, our intellect. They can't do mathematics. They can't design and build a house. They can't write a song, right? They don't have our opposable thumb. So there's things they can't do and build. They don't have our vocal cords. They don't have the shaped mouth that we do. So they can't actually speak and make language like we do. But guess what, guys? It doesn't mean they're not conscious of it. It doesn't mean they don't have emotions. It doesn't mean they're not aware. It doesn't mean they're not intuitive. It doesn't mean they don't have purpose. So animal souls actually come into this world with a purpose, just as important as yours or mine. It might be to meet another animal and to help that animal while it's struggling, or because those animal souls are connected. It might be an extension of a human energy and where it wants to come and actually support a human being. My uncle had a cat that reincarnated 4 times for him during his lifetime. And every time the new cat would find them and come into their home, it was exactly like the old cat. It had the exact same habits. It had the exact same name. It had the same preferences. I mean, it was just unbelievable. So, you know, we are taught to believe that they are less than us, that they are less intelligent than us, that they don't care and they don't have purpose and they're not sensitive, but they are. They have emotions like we do. They are, you know, they have intuition like you and I. But the thing is that non-human animals actually, they are more connected to their intuition than we are. They could predict the future better than we can. They can see and connect to other souls and energies that have crossed over better than we can. Because guess why? This great prefrontal cortex, this thinking device that we have, that also is our ego, that makes us so brilliant. Guess what else? It also limits us, right? As I shared on the pre-show party today, our prefrontal cortex, our ego, actually blocks us in so many ways, right? It's our egoic veil. It causes us to be jealous. It causes us to be angry. It causes us to have hurt feelings. And non-human animals are just totally pure, right? They may have had histories that cause them to be fearful or not trusting or not like a particular situation or type of person or animal. But they are what they are. They're not judgmental like we are. And they are really good at observing. So they can look at a situation and they can know long before you or I where the danger is, what the best way home will be, where to go, what to do, who's sick or hurt. If you come home and you've got a scratchy throat and a stuffed up nose and you think, it's a sinus infection. Well, guess what? Your dog or cat knows better. Your dog or cat can tell if you're sick and have a fever or if you just have allergies, right? But here's the problem. And this is one of the questions that's been pouring in for me, especially since I've started here on Psychic Air Radio. And that is that they can't tell us. So how do we communicate with them? And I'll tell you, I know for me personally, I'm a much better receiver from an animal than I am a sender, right? I am still trying to learn, how do I speak the animal's language to get them to do what I need them to do, or to understand what I need or want them to understand. But I'm a better receiver. So I can receive images from them and feelings from them and understand, okay, this is what they're going through, or they have a pain there. And most of us tend to learn to do the receiving first, but some of you are just more natural senders, okay? But I want to make sure I answer this question for all of you tonight, because so many people come to me and they're like, well, they want an animal reading. But here's the problem. As human beings, what they want to know is they want to know what they want to know about the animal. They want to know how to get the animal to do or understand what they want. And what I want to share with you all this evening is, if you really want to receive that information and you want to have a better relationship or solve a problem or have a deeper connection and understanding with your non-human animal, then guess what? You have to do some of the things that you as a human don't want to do. You have to actually let go of your judgments and your assumptions and still this. And be still and be peaceful inside like they are, because an animal's mind isn't always going like yours is. It's still, it's peaceful. So when you learn to be still inside and you learn to be quiet and you stop telling them and trying to get them to do what you want them to do, or anxious to figure out what you want to know from them, guess what? It gives them space. You're holding space for that animal to really present who they are to you. Because here's something I want to offer all of you tonight, is the opportunity to put yourself in your animal's shoes. I want you all to imagine, like I shared on the pre-party, I want you to imagine that you were living with a different species who was taking care of you, who didn't speak your language, who didn't really understand you, who kind of guessed about your wants and needs, who knew what it meant to keep you alive. But every time you try to express yourself, your feelings, your wants, your needs, your frustrations, they misunderstood you. I'm sure most of you know what that feels like with other human beings. It's so frustrating. Maybe your spouse just doesn't get you. They don't understand you. Or you have a loved one that crossed over and you wanted to tell them something, and you really think that they passed from this world and didn't understand what you wanted to share. Well, guess what? This is how your non-human animal companions feel most of the time, every day of their lives. They love you, but they're very, very, very patient with us. They're dependent on us, and they wait their entire lives for us to understand them, right? So think about it. They can't write. We don't speak their language, but they understand more of our language than we understand of theirs. They feel our emotions. They can read our thoughts. They know our intentions. And yet they try so hard to respond. And they're just patient. They're waiting for us, right? They have to abide by our rules. And so, the next time you're trying to connect or communicate with an animal, think about this. Consider the fact that for that connection to really be made, you're going to have to let go of some of the control. You're going to have to let go of some of what you want from them, what you want them to do. If they are behaving in a funny way and you're saying to yourself, oh, they're, I hear people do this all the time. Oh, he's mad. He's angry. No, he's probably just frustrated and being patient, waiting for you to realize that he or she is trying to communicate with you. Okay. I could go on for hours about any of these topics with animals, but I want to just kind of give you guys a basic summary so that next week, if any of you callers want to ask about animals or have an animal reading or communicate with an animal that has crossed over, you can call in with your questions. Okay. And you can also, connect with me on larkinsreadings.com and my Larkin Animal Interpreter page or Psychic Medium page on Facebook. We talk about all this stuff, guys, but next week I'll be taking live calls. And if you want to include your questions to be about animals, you can do that. We love to take those questions. I only have about 90 seconds left on here. So I want to leave you with a couple more things. Your animals, when they cross over the rainbow bridge, they can still feel and hear and see you just like the human beings can. Okay. Do they go to heaven? Yes, absolutely. When you cross over, are you going to see your past animals on the other side? Yes, because just like us, they have a spirit body and a soul, and they're growing and they're evolving, and they love you and they are there for you. So if you're thinking about your animal and you're missing them and you're tearing up, guess what? They know that. They can see you and feel you, because we on this side, it's so hard for us to sense the energy side, the non-physical. But non-physical knows everything about us, and they're still right there loving us. And my friends, this includes your animals. We've only got about 30 seconds left, so I want to say one last thing. When your animals cross over, guys, they want you to use that space they have left to bring another animal into your life. So please don't feel that just because you lose an animal, it doesn't mean you can't bring another one in. We don't find animals, they find us. And they have agreed and come with our souls into our lives with a purpose. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll see you again next Thursday. Bye, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon. afternoon, or evening, wherever you're watching from. Maybe it's even morning where you are. Hi, I'm Tammy Petrocelli. This is Energy Healing and Spirit Talk. And today I want to talk about the energy of the time. You know, we are still in the beginning of the fall equinox. It's just a few days ago. So it's not too late to kind of get yourself prepared and celebrate these longer nights, shorter days. Yes, sad, sad, sad. On top of that, I don't know about you, but here on the East Coast, we have been flooding and drowning in water. I love you all in London. I love you all in Washington State, you know, Seattle, but I don't know how you live with the constant rainfall, because it's been very, very difficult. I keep asking, where's my Indian summer? We usually have the most amazing weather this time of year. The leaves are falling, some of them maybe even beginning to change, but we have gorgeous, gorgeous weather. We can still wear shorts and sandals, and I'm not giving up my sandals. I'm keeping them on. So I hope that I hope that the weather is wonderful where you are, okay? And we've got a caller already. Awesome, awesome. Hi, Jody in Knoxville, Tennessee. Welcome to the show, Energy Healing and Spirit Talk.
Thank you very much for getting me on online here. Thank you.
Yeah, we're so happy to have you. So how can I help you today? Do you have a question for me, or would you like to connect you with a loved one on the other side?
Well, I have a cat which I had given up for medical issues with his with an eye ulcer he had in his left eye a couple of months ago. His name is Henry. He was a black and white tuxedo cat. I've had him since he was a kitten, and he was so mischievous. And he was.
Say that when you say gave him up, you had to rehome him, or he is over the Rainbow Bridge?
I had to give him up for medical reasons to my vet.
Oh, okay.
A couple of months ago. So I'm
he's
unable to get him back because of the privacy laws and all that. So I don't know where he is, but I'd like to know if he has a good home now. I always think about him on a daily basis, how mischievous a boy he was, and he was such a cute little boy. I miss him terribly.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You know if he has a good home now?
I know that that's difficult. I've had to give up pets that I did not want to due to living, situations. So I can really understand the turmoil that you have to feel. Okay, so I want to say that I do feel that Henry is here with us. I don't feel him on the other side. So that's a good thing. That means he hasn't been put down or had to succumb to anything. I do want to say that I am feeling that there is either no sight in the eye, or the eye. Would they have told you if the eye had to be removed, please? Because I feel
it had to be ulcered, so I guess it was removed.
Yes, I feel like the eye has been removed, because I can feel like no sight in there, and actually seeing like the stitches. I do feel him with another woman. I feel he is with a female. I'm hoping that I'm picking up on connecting with Henry and not his history with you, because I could be picking that up also. But I do feel he's with another woman. I feel that there is she has short blonde or salt and pepper hair. I want to say it's a short haircut, dark on the bottom, and then I feel the blonde up at the top. So I feel like it's colored at the top. And I do feel like he's in a very nice home. What I see is the cat in the kitchen and her in there getting treats and, getting his food and things ready. I wish there was a way for you to get validation. I love to have validation when I give readings. I think that that's extremely important. I do feel he's still in Tennessee.
Here in Knoxville, do you think?
I'm not sure. I know Tennessee is what I feel and see. Let me see if the spirit will tell me.
Will I ever get to see him again?
I feel that it's not exactly Knoxville, but not extremely far from Knoxville, but Knoxville may not be the mailing address. Okay. How close are you to Gatlinburg?
I'm not that far away from Gatlinburg, probably about 55 minutes.
Okay, because that's where he may be.
Okay.
I saw the Blue Ridge Mountains behind in a photo in my head.
No,
So
it would be the Smoky Mountains.
Oh, Smoky. Sorry. Okay. So the mountains is what I saw, and I heard Gatlinburg. So apologies for getting the wrong mountain range, but I do feel that he is not that far. Will you get to see him again? I wanna say that I really feel like he's that I want to calm your nerves to say that he's well taken care of. He's in a good home. I don't see a family around this woman. I feel that she may be a single woman, or she is the main caretaker. And I feel that there are other cats around, but I don't feel like Henry is used to other cats around. Do you understand that?
Okay. Well, he has been. I've had cats around him before. He got along perfectly well with my cat.
What I may be seeing is him kind of, fitting into his new home. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel him clinging to her and preferring to be around the new owner or around this woman more. And, it may be the other cats. They may be taking their time warming up to Henry. But he is a beautiful cat.
How long do you think How long do you think he was there when the lady adopted him?
I don't feel long. I don't feel that he was there that long. I want to say maybe close to a month, because of the healing. It makes me feel that the vet was very cautious about making sure that everything health-wise was good with Henry before he was released. So, the convalescing and the healing time. I believe
so
that
he was there since August then.
Then that makes sense. Okay. So that makes sense of what I'm seeing about the cat kind of keeping a little bit to his own in the new home, because that would make sense if he's trying to get used to his new surroundings and his new person, but he does really love his new human. I will say that he's getting good care from her.
I miss him so much. I miss Henry so much.
Well, if I were
I'm still heartbroken.
I'm sure I would call the vet and ask if you could,
because of privacy laws.
Yeah, but if he contacts the person and they agree to, send you pictures or a text, um, they don't have maybe they can't tell you who adopted the cat, but maybe they can tell the other person that you are interested in knowing that what his new surroundings are, and maybe that person
Okay.
would be open to it. I do
I
see two
doubt it.
what I see is two other cats around Henry.
Okay.
Is that your cats or her cats, please?
Probably her cat.
Okay, I see, because I see two other cats around them. So this is definitely a nice cat lady, someone who's used to cats, and Henry's eye issue was not an issue for her, is what I want to say. I do
Okay.
feel like there is some land. No, I don't feel he's an outside cat, or if he was, she's not allowing him outside. But I do see some land around her. So it looks like, in a good, happy, healthy home. And everything seems to be going fine. I think he may have had a little trouble with change in food. They make me feel they had to get him used to either the new diet or find what worked. So I think, sometimes they're fine with the new diet. They just right at first they, maybe don't like it. I kind of felt that. Yeah, but I feel that there's nothing for you to worry about. I'm very sorry that you had to give him up, and I really wish that that there was a way you could confirm the information that I'm giving you, because like I said, I really do like
Okay.
evidence.
But what do you mean evidence? I have a picture of him on my phone.
Now, being able to talk to the vet or talk to the new owner to confirm the information that I'm giving you. Like, even if the vet said, yes, he's near Gatlinburg in a nice home with a single woman who has two other cats, if that, could let you know.
Okay.
But thank you, Jody, for calling in, and I hope that I can give you some healing and make you feel a little better knowing that Henry is well loved and well cared. And I wish you well. So thank you so much. So I'll be right back here, everybody. My time is up, and I'll see you right here at Moonstruck.tv and A1R Psychic Radio. You can find me on Facebook every Friday at noon Eastern Standard on Facebook Friday. Bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Bernice Bisson Psychic. It's Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. And that's my nickname back here in Canada. Everybody kind of knows me as that. I'm going to start with a few minutes of astrology because we've got some big stuff coming, and anyone who's had readings with me before knows that I love astrology. I think it's probably the most predictive of any of the tools that we got. And so let's start at the top. So we've got something going on for people, and the cardinal signs very particularly will be impacted the most. And so we've got a full moon in Libra coming up on the 29th. What joins it is we have the South Node in Libra, and we have the North Node in Aries. And in this lunar axis, when we have Libra moons, full and new moons, and we have Aries full and new moons, they're within 2 weeks of each other. It's called karma and destiny. And so in Libra, we have the South Node of karma. Now, if you go Google all of that, you're going to go down a whole bunch of rabbit holes. And there's some really great astrologers out there. So I just feel like if you have any sort of faster moving planets on that sign, Venus, Mercury, the Sun, the Moon, I would look that up. The South Node of karma in Libra is our new moon coming up. In Libra, it's a bit of a reset button for Libras. Joining there, we've got the Sun, we've got Mars, we've got the South Node. We'll have a full moon in Aries sort of tailing on some of this with this energy. So the new moon's going to be a reset button, particularly relationships, things that we didn't see maybe coming up for a lot of people, particularly fixed and cardinal signs. So I feel like I've got a few air signs and water signs in there. So I will say to you this, be patient with people in relationships. Don't jump to any conclusions. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, because in this energy, we can get ahead of ourselves. We can find that we're maybe dreaming about relationships, thinking about what's going on with relationships, making up scenarios in our head about relationships and as this new moon, there's things we don't see that will come to light within 6 months. So I feel like just be really mindful about this. It's about exploring what you actually want in relationships. Self-assertion and compromise. Aries in the North Node is very driven. It's sort of on the same lunar axis, and it's a very driven energy that hurry up, and patience, wants things done, wants to move ahead, wants to move forward, wants to move up in this energy. And sort of Libra is reminding us of that indecisiveness, maybe a bit of that compromising energy, which will be really important coming up, because we've got a couple of other big stuff. My magic little book of astrology, that's coming up. We've also got Mercury in Virgo, and it moves to Libra in October. So joining this plethora of planets and celestial bodies, we have Mercury, communications. And it's going full speed ahead. And so having to negotiate, compromise, mediate. If you're looking to negotiate a legal process, negotiate a contract process, this would actually be the good time to do it. Mercury's direct. Libra is all about negotiations, communications, and making peace, not war, right? And then we've got Venus in Leo till about October 8th. When Venus moves into Virgo, it's about expressing physically love, and not just sex, but also the doing for. I will do for you. And with this energy in Libra, and we've got Venus moving to Virgo. Love becomes a very sort of expressive, generous, thoughtful, present, material. It becomes very real for a lot of people, and things that have been maybe a bit esoteric for the last few months will become very real for people in relationship, and either you're in or you're out. And this Libra season will show us that, especially when the conversations with Mercury starts to move there. The next place that I would also be really mindful about showing up for people is we've also got Saturn and Neptune still retrograde in Pisces. To me, that's always the illusion of things. Things become way more complicated than they need to be. And it's because of hidden aspects. Oh, my self-esteem. Oh, I didn't feel valued. Oh, I didn't feel like I could speak up. I didn't feel like I could do anything about it. And so it creates a bit of confusion and passive aggressiveness. And so it kind of adds that to this whole relationship mix that we're feeling, that it's a bit Mercury still, murky, because they're retrograde for a bit. And so still kind of slowing down insight, really not getting fast and clear insight into relationships. But the big story, this is the big story. And it's going to start with a direct of Pluto. So Pluto's going to station around October 10th, and it's going to go direct. Pluto's a thug. He's the god of the underworld. He's power and revolution. He governs Scorpio. He governs the United States. He's a powerful little guy. And so he's retrograde in Capricorn, but when he stations and goes direct, he's at about 27 degrees of Capricorn. Now, what does that mean, B? Well, that means since June 11th, when he stationed at 29 degrees, it means we're going to go through a few more things around intense events globally that are a bit shocking and revolutionary. Not much fun for some people because it comes with conflict. And so we have to be really mindful to be patient, because this 27 degrees of Capricorn, as it stations globally, we'll see some kind of an uptick in conflict. And so we have to be really mindful about that, some patience, because it's really a lot of revolutionary force. And so opinions, forcing things on people, forcing ideas on people, you might be in environments where that's showing up. So that Libra energy to smooth things over, negotiate, and try to come from a peacemaking environment, try to come from a place where we have to be patient and mediate and walk through processes. We're not going to be able to jump ahead of ourselves. And so the last piece that I'm going to kind of leave people with is this next 2 weeks. Uranus, I didn't really mention Uranus. He's in Taurus, and he's being a bit of a jerk, and he seems to have a couple of showdowns in the next 3 weeks. Now, we're going to see shocking things showing up in the media. They're going to escalate very quickly. We've had tastes of that over the last couple of weeks with allegations of celebrities and things that are all showing up around that. I can definitely go into detail, but I only got so much time. And so surprising things. So I would say the next 3 weeks, particularly for fixed and cardinal signs, be really mindful about unexpected having to move, changing job, unexpected shifts and things that will be kicking you into your future. It's like, if you started like a job and you weren't really happy with it, those foundations will shake. And then there's like some firm decisions. November, as planets start to go direct, particularly Pluto, will start to feel that. We'll be able to make decisions, move forward with decisions, because whatever we're putting in place is going to be in here for a while. So that's Sweet Bee's astro report, and a little bit of the astral weather going on out there. Be nice and patient with each other. Super important. Now, I'm going to go to some calls. I've got, I believe, Ginger in Florida. Hey, my Florida gal, where are you?
I'm right here.
Lovely.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Now, I only have a few minutes with you, and I want to cram as much as I can and be as helpful as I can in those few minutes. Do you want me to focus somewhere?
Focus on my son. He's got some stuff going on, and it's making
Okay, don't tell me
a
about
lot
your
of.
son. No problem. Don't tell me anymore. What we're going to do is we're going to focus on your son. Bring him to mind like he's stepping forward for you, like you see him and you're talking to him and you're telling him what you need to tell him in your mind. Okay. Okay, my love.
Okay.
And we're going to just kind of try to bring him in and see what spirit wants us to see around your son. Okay. So the last 3 years around your son shows up in really difficult ways. And I'm sure you already are aware of that, Miss Ginger.
Yeah.
There's things around places he gets stuck in, like healthcare places, treatment places, things that are like mandated services. He seems to get kind of stuck in a few places. There's
with people.
Yeah, he has a big chip on his shoulder right now, so he's not listening to nobody.
Exactly.
Sorry,
It's 100% on spot on.
Nah, he's not listening to nobody. Do you mind if I ask just the day and month of his birthday?
9/27.
Oh, okay. So we're like at his birthday. Your little Libra. We just finished talking a bit about the South Node of Karma in Libra. So, Libras are funny little creatures because they can be very, very good or they could be very, very naughty. And
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries. I hear your dog wants to join in the conversation. Yeah. Your dog wants to join in the conversation. He knows, I think, you're concerned. So I'm going to say this. There's conflict with a woman surrounding your son. And I feel like if you take her on, you're inviting in a whole bunch of drama. And I suspect, my beautiful Ginger, you really don't want, you're like, I just want to live in peace because this is really causing me a lot of stress. And it's going to start to impact you, particularly in your neck, your jaw, your teeth, your eyesight, your head space. And I feel like that stress that's going on there. And this woman connected with your son, I guess, there's a lot of conflict there. And I feel like your son feels pretty tied to it. Like, I think he's wanting to do the right thing. You know what I mean? Like he wants to stick things out in some way, or he can't see himself breaking free from his situation at the moment.
Yeah.
And I feel like you do have another man around you who is an ally. And he's a bit of an ally to you. Like he can maybe help talk some sense into that son of yours. The other thing going on around your son is there's something about his income, his work, that there's changes there for him. So he'll be feeling the stress coming at him from a couple of different areas. I feel like he's going to be pressed to make some hard decisions in his life. And once he's made, and I'm talking in the next 2 months to 1 year, and that these decisions are going to be very critical for him to move forward. And I do think that, I think he comes to you with his distress because he's not capable of making decisions right now. And I feel like you're such a godsend to him, really. And that's a hard place to be in because I know your son, right? You want to be a mother bear, tear people's eyes out.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. I'm a grandma bear. I'm totally about protection. And so I feel like the best thing you can do for your son is, I feel like if you tuck a little bit of money away for him, okay, just a little bit, every little bit, just, I don't care if it's $10 every week, just a little bit away from him. He's going to need that shortly. To get out of something, to get out of a situation, because I feel like he has no control of who's making the decision. I actually feel like that decision is going to come from this woman that she's kind of in charge of the decision making at the moment?
Right. Well, there are several women, and one I believe what she's told him is not true.
I'm sorry?
Well, one I believe is not true at all. She's trying to trap him.
Yeah. So your son has some really, he's going to have to really sort of be clear and be strong in things. I do think that there's a process around him that, like I said, he's got some tough decisions in him or around him. I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to just say a couple more things, if you don't mind, Miss Ginger. There's there's a name like David that keeps coming up that seems important around this conversation that could be helpful. And that I think that the big piece for your son for him to focus on right now are not women, because they seem to cause him a lot of problems right now, but is this job change. I think there's something big for him there that could bring him in a good direction. Now, one last thing. Your son is really struggling with a lot of depression.
Okay.
And I feel like he's overwhelmed and doesn't know, I feel he doesn't know what to do sometimes.
Okay.
So can I ask, did he move to another state from you?
He moved back home just recently, but there may be a possibility he's leaving again.
I think so. I think there is that he's going relocating. So that seems to be showing up. And I feel like you're going to actually hear about that even before March. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, the one girl told him she's pregnant, and I don't think she is. I feel she isn't.
Okay, well, pregnant, there's a choice there for her. I feel like, and it's ironic because I feel like you would know even more by December about that whole situation.
Okay.
And so I feel like your son, particularly with two women, are going to have some tough decisions in front of him. I'm just saying. And and I feel like that I would really be really mindful about, because there could be a legal process concerning the young woman who is pregnant. Okay.
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 Thank you so much.
With love, my Ginger. I'm giving you a big hug. You're a good mama bear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you are. You're a good mama bear. And we're going to talk again one day soon. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was nice around Ginger. What a lovely lady. And, sometimes we struggle with our kids. And you know what they don't tell us is when we're young women having our beautiful babies, that like the rest of our lives, we're going to worry. The rest of our lives. And I'm speaking as a grandma now who literally still worries about my 30-something-year-old children. And, just like they were 7, doesn't change. Anyway, with love to my good friend Ginger there. Now, we've got Shelley in Calgary. Hey, Shelley.
Hey there.
Well, this is kind of exciting, my fellow Canadian. You're nice. You're in Calgary. And have I ever read you before?
Yes.
Oh, that's kind of exciting. Okay, well, let's go with it then. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you do your thing. I just had a question about legal situation and if it's done.
Okay. So I'm going to think about your legal situation, and then we'll see everything else that's going on around you, okay? All right, Miss Shelley. Let's see what's going on for you. Legal situation. Let's see. Calgary, my girl. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Like, when we have to endure long periods of having to deal with difficult situations. So now I'm going to say a couple things around this enduring legal situation. There's something really important about a transfer of funds or money that gets solidified. And I feel like once this decision's in place, it's in place for a while, like a few more years. a few more years. Okay. And that there's at the outcome of this, there could even be something about money that comes back to you, or money that's retroactive. I don't know. There's something important about some financial. I don't think it's you shelling it out, Shelley. So I don't think it's you having to pay it out. But I do think that there's a bit of work to do. And I feel like you have someone across from you who is really challenging. Like this person would sooner see you fall off a cliff. Like I got a he, sorry, I don't know. I just feel like there's probably a few people in cases, right? But there's something important about it. I think he'd rather see you fall off a cliff. I don't think that this person is, or this, anyway, I feel like it feels a bit opposed, and I feel like you're kind of stuck in it. You have to keep walking through it. You can't back out. You can't just back off and say, oh, never mind. Never mind. I just don't think that's a reality. So it feels like you're having still to kind of walk through some of this stuff. And, you know, and that's okay, because I feel like the one thing I think, like, do you mind, Shelley, if I just ask the day and month of your birthday? Do you mind if I ask?
June 19th.
Oh, you're a Gemini. 6-1. Okay, that's 6. So if I looked at your birthday and added together, I get a karma number 7. That's important because 2023 is a 7. It's a bit of a karma year for you right now. Okay, number 1, Gemini.
Yeah.
I feel like you just needed to get mad enough to really, and like, I feel like anger is kind of a good source of energy for you to continue this walk, this journey, this fight, this whatever you're fighting for in this legal piece. And I feel like there's some sort of finances. I actually think you might be surprised if you just endure long enough that there could even be like where you just settle it. And it's like, and they're like, get lost. Like, they're like, don't talk to me again once this is, you know what I mean? So if it finalizes, oh yeah, this is final, like like whatever relationship and all of this that was connected is like, they're like, that's it. And they're just like, don't bug me again. And I feel like, okay, you're like, okay, fine. And you're walking away from it with, and I feel like it could even come in context of, I don't know, I feel like maybe a transfer payment or something like that. And I feel like then it's said and done. And I don't know that it might even be in lieu of anything ongoing, you know? So it feels like that.
Perfect.
And then, oh, sorry. Okay, I'll keep talking. And then the other piece I see for you, because I'm going to just be B and keep rolling what I was talking about. I see an opportunity and a decision once, and I feel like between this October and next October, this legal stuff comes to a decision, a conclusion of some sort. Something will be known. And then you're going to entertain a move, and you're going to think about moving and away, moving somewhere. And I'm like, I like it. I like it. And this is going to be all part of the same discussion. Maybe you need the money, or maybe you need this result for you to get out of town, you know? And so you're going to be able to get out of town. And I feel like this time next year, you're going to be in such a different position. And I hope you call me back on the show this time next year. Let's make a date. And you call me back on the show this time next year. And I feel like you'll have this resolved. And I feel like you'll be looking at some sort of move. And I feel like there might be even somebody who gets to move there first. And you're like, I'm coming. Like people would be there, someone will be there, and you're going to be like, I want to be there too. I want to be there too. And I feel like it's funny. I drew an outcome card and I got, look at your happy face. So I'm like, woohoo, that looks pretty darn happy to me. With this, and I just feel like, you know how sometimes processes, they count on it wearing you down. And I'm like, they underestimated you.
Totally.
Yeah. They underestimated you. Gemini, I feel like whatever settlement you're getting, it's basically to get rid of you. They want to get rid of you. And then you're free. You're able to go. And I'm going to say there's something really important for you about the West Coast. And I feel like there's something available to you on the West Coast that is going to be just what you needed. Just what you needed. Like wherever you're living now in Calgary, there's something lack. You're like, there's a lack here. And where you're going, I feel like, it's like, and I feel like if you start looking now, there's something that's going to show up for you within 1 year. And this time next year looks very different for you than where you are right now. And even by spring, you're able to sort of resolve whatever bigger issues are there for you. You do, my girl, have some good friends around you. Okay? I feel like you do have some good gals that maybe you can, maybe not call up for advice, but maybe just try to go have a glass of wine with them or something. Just go out for appies or something. Just to kind of get away from things, because I feel like you can almost isolate yourself because you're feeling overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I see, my beautiful Shelley, and thank you for calling in. And remember, 1 year from today, I want to hear from you again. Because I feel like you're going to be in a totally different spot. Okay?
Awesome. Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
With love, sister. And so thank you, everybody. And you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. My appointments are usually an hour long, so here I'm cramming in a lot. I do psychic and medium work together. I read palms and cards and tea leaves and stuff, and I explore living and deceased, all kinds of stuff. And I'm an astrologer. If you like to explore your natal chart, I'm your gal. And I have a podcast. If you like that kind of stuff, you can find me where you find or download your favorite podcasts. And it's called The Soul Medicine Psychic with Bernice Bisson. And you can hear my previous readings because everybody records them. And I'm definitely going to invite you back for next week to come see me here at askoneradio.com. And they've got lots of great psychics. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your show and evening today.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Reverend Maria Leggett, and I am so excited to be on here with you guys. This is one of my favorite highlights of the entire week that I get to pop on here and share beautiful messages with the people who call in. It is truly an honor for me to do the work that I do. It is such a blessing, and it is not something that I ever thought that I would be able to do. So I'm glad to be able to step into this. One of the things that I love to do the most is I love to teach people how to work with their intuition. And so if you are interested in learning how to work with your own intuition, I have a free course. It is a free coaching session, and I do it on the first Tuesday of the month. and it's called Practicing Your Intuition. So if you'd like to sign up for Practicing Your Intuition, you can go to templeofthesacredcircle.org. And that is my online temple where we practice stuff. And of course, you can find that information on my website, which is marialeggett.com. And excuse me, I do that on Tuesday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern. So it's about the same time as the show. It's about 45 minutes earlier. So if you can watch the show, you have plenty of time to be able to hop in and join me in the class and learn how to use your intuition. And because it's a free course, I run it like a webinar. And so what I do is I invite one person to come in live with me on the video feed, and we start to work with your signs and symbols so that you can begin to understand how your spirit team is working with you every single day. We tend to forget that we have people who want to work with us. We have this team on the other side who are helping us all the time. And it's a way for you to begin to understand some of the things that they're trying to speak with you, especially when you have questions about what's going on with my job, what's going on with my home life, what's going on with my children. What purpose am I serving here on the earth? This is a really good way for you to begin working with your signs and symbols so that you know what to do. Like one of my favorite signs and symbols is a sun. And when I see the sun, I know that means it's time for me to start receiving some clarity on a situation. Now, the sun could mean different things to different people. And knowing what this is, you want to look at, what does the sun mean to you? When I say the word sun, does it mean warmth? Does it mean clarity? Does it mean happiness? What does it mean to you? So I would be honored to take our call from Tunisia. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am wonderful. Did I pronounce it correctly?
I think you did. Tunisia?
Yes. Yay! How may I help
it's not
you
an
this
easy one.
evening?
Thank you. Mostly, kind of like you were talking about, like direction in life. I've had some career changes. I've had a lot of deaths in my family. I'm just turning now 52, so life changes. And mostly just some reassurance that I do have some guidance, and how do I maybe connect with that guidance more?
Absolutely. Listen, you're my age. I'm 54. So we have so much life that's left in us. And Spirit is showing it to me. I'm going to take my glasses off here for a minute. So Spirit is showing me that it's like things before now have been like you've walked through life, you've done the things, and things have been kind of blurry, and you're not really sure, where am I going to go? What am I going to do? And Spirit is showing it to me as though right now is a time for you really to begin changing the path, right? And I'm stepping into a new career, something that's really important to me, something that I want to do. They show it to me as though you've spent a lot of your life kind of just doing what was expected. Does that make sense?
Yes, or what I expected of myself, thinking that's what I should be doing, but I hated it.
Yes, yes. And they're showing it to me as that now is a time for you to kind of literally reevaluate things. And that means even if you job hop for a little while, because they're showing me like different positions with shorter stints than what you're used to, but being okay with that, knowing I am testing the waters to see, what do I like? What do I want to enjoy? Because I've spent so much time doing what I expected of myself, or following what my college career path said I was supposed to do, that now I'm open, and it's time for you to begin the shift and the change. They're talking to me about it's wind. Why are you showing me wind? So it's like I'm sitting in a room where there shouldn't be wind, or I shouldn't feel a cool breeze, and it's like all of a sudden I can feel this breeze come over me, like just shift past me, and I kind of get the chills. And Spirit says this is how you know when we're around you. We're there because you're feeling that energy. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And so they want you to know this is how often we're around you. We are there every day. And all you have to do is say, okay, what do I need to know? And boom, the first thing that you hear in your head, that's going to be them answering. What follows that, trying to excuse what you heard, that's your ego.
Okay.
Because oftentimes, we have these conversations with ourselves and we think it's with ourselves and it's really not. It's you could call it your higher self, you can call it spirit, whatever you're comfortable with. And it's being able to listen to what they're having to say without finding an excuse for, oh, I must be crazy, it must be this. No, they're there with you all the time, and they want to help you to get more comfortable working through things. And even as I say that, I feel like my face is getting really hot and I feel like I'm starting to have a hot flash. And spirit is showing me that this sense of change in the body is some stuff that's happening, right? If my body can change, why can't I change everything else? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And they're showing me, I don't know if you own an oracle deck, but they're showing me for you to go out and get an oracle deck that you're comfortable with, because you're going to be able to ask, what do I need to know today? Shuffle the cards, pull one, and look at it. What does it say? And more so than what it says, start looking on the card. What is on that card, and what do you first see? If you see a white dove on the card, what does that white dove mean to you? What is important for you to know about that? For if I were to see a white doves to me mean the beauty of spirit. It's that connection to the other side, because that's one of the signs that's in the Bible, right? It's this beautiful dove, and it's a representation of the Holy Spirit. And that's the connection to the other side. So recognizing that they're going to speak to you through oracle cards. Do you have a deck?
I have several. I've got the Osho Zen. I've got the Mermaid. I've got several.
Yes. Yes. Start pulling one every single day so that they can start using those cards to talk to you and give you the information that you're looking for. And they're showing it to me that it's not going to be so important to look at the guidebook, because, so many of us want to get stuck in the guidebook. I have to read it. It has to match. But to be able to look at the card. Yeah. And being able to trust yourself, right? Trust your intuition, trust what you're getting so that you can continue walking that path that makes you happy and that you're comfortable with. And I don't know how you understand this, but they're talking to me and saying that you're really comfortable with spiritual energy. So if you had never thought of it before, that a spiritual career is really good for you. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm so analytical. I talk myself out of it. But I think I do have abilities. I have difficulty developing them or trusting them.
So we are all born with the abilities to talk to spirit. It is not something that you're born with or you're not. It's not like that at all. We all have the ability. Like, I didn't do this when I was younger. This was something that I had to work at, and I had to learn what my signs and symbols are. I had to practice all of this stuff. So it's why I love teaching it. And if you're open to it, I would love to see you in my Practicing Your Intuition class. That's a free class. It's on the first Tuesday. And you can find it on my website, marialeggett.com, or on Temple of the Sacred Circle, which is my online temple. And we also have a paid class that's on the second Tuesday to teach you how to begin working with your symbols and delving down into different tools to start working with that. And the reason why I giggled about you have this very analytical brain is because so did I. So I was in the corporate world and I was in printing for 30 years. And when I left my job to do this full time, I was writing crystal reports. I was working in software. So I was in that IT world, which is very left brain thinking, which is not anything that you would think somebody like this would do. And
I was laboratory and medical, very, very logical.
Oh, yeah. Yes. And spirit doesn't exist. It has to be scientific. Prove it. 2 + 2 = 4. Here's 2 apples. Here's 2 oranges. Well, how many pieces of fruit do we have? Yeah. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can train yourself to start letting go of your ego and saying, hey, I'm ready to step into this. And in that first Developing Your Intuition class, we're going to meet one of our spirit guides. We're going to learn how to let go of our ego and what it feels like when our ego answers us, because your ego doesn't have to be there for mediumship or being able to talk with spirit communication. Your ego is there to help keep you safe during the day, absolutely, but it has no place in being able to have a conversation with spirit. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and they're showing me that you're really ready. And one of the other things to you, along with learning spirit communication, is energy healing, like working with your hands, learning how to send energy, learning how to receive energy, and how your body feels these things. And it may be contradictory to your training, but it's also what you're ready to step forward into, because you're now recognizing there's something so much more than just this. There's a whole other world out there that we can't see, and you are really ready to step in and embrace that. So if you're ready to take classes and learn the things, you could absolutely do your own spiritual business, and you can do it on the side, right? As a part-time thing that fills your cup and makes you happy. Does that make sense?
Right. It does. It does. That would be, it's almost like I still have to prove it to myself. I still have to have it, like I don't know. It's tough because that self-doubt and that analytical and that confusion and the naysayers and the haters, they just get to me
totally
so easy.
understand.
And I'm like, I'm just crazy. That's all. I'm just crazy. I'm just
You're
weird.
not
I'm
crazy.
just traumatized. I'm just oversensitive.
You are not crazy. You are, if it helps you make you feel any better, that was me 7 years ago. So I'm right with you. Thank you so much, Tunisia, for being on here. I am so grateful to have had this time to be able to speak with you. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who watched. I am so grateful. Have a fantastic rest of your evening.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. Thank you for joining me. I'm Andrea Bacon. I hope you're all doing really well. Before we get the show going today, just mentioning real quick that I have a pop-up reading available in my store. It's a harvest full moon reading, and it covers like what is changing for you now, what you are learning, what lessons are to be learned, who's around you guiding you, what you're releasing, and what blessings are coming in. So if you are interested in that, you can check it out in my Stan store, which is Stan, STAN.store/medium Andrea. Okay, and then that will be delivered to your inbox if you do that. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to do a short centering meditation. So go ahead and get settled in if you can. If not, no worries. You can come back to it again. Only do so if it's safe, no, not if you're driving or operating machinery. So if it's safe for you and if you'd like to go ahead and join us, you can soften your gaze or close your eyes and just feel the natural flow of your breath. Moving in your body, inhaling and exhaling. And just allowing the breath to flow in effortlessly without forcing it, and inhaling and exhaling. And simply notice the natural flow of thought without trying to fix or change anything. And notice if the thoughts begin to slow a bit. And then we're going to repeat silently to yourself the mantra, so hum, so hum, so hum. It has no particular meaning. It is just there to listen to the vibration or for a focus of your attention. And noticing if any thoughts start to dissipate on their own. And now bring your awareness to your heart center and asking your heart, what do you desire most right now? Creating this dialogue with your heart center and noticing what, if anything, arises. Any answers, any thoughts, and just release the need to create an answer. And now asking the question, what is my dharma? What is my purpose? How can I help others as well as myself using my unique set of skills and abilities? And just notice simply what sensations, feelings, or thoughts that may arise. And maybe nothing does, and that's okay. Maybe nothing right now, maybe it will come up another time. Now, feeling the surface that you are on, or that your body is resting on, and feeling the supporting the weight of your body. And coming back to the space that you're in, the room that you're in, coming back to present time. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Okay. So noticing how maybe that made you, if you feel any different, any changes in the way you feel. Okay, so I pulled some cards for us. We've got an affirmation card. And it says, my spiritual path unfolds when I love myself and follow my heart's desires. And I think it's really fitting as far for this card that did pop out. I pulled it earlier, but it's fitting for this meditation that we just did. And I think there's this week, there is this big focus that Spirit wants to bring to our attention to honor our heart's desires. When we do so, we are practicing self-care. And whatever we desire that's in our heart is placed there by the universe for a special purpose. And so it's really easy to get distracted by life's, demands. But when we follow our true desires and that come from within, within our inner truth, this is a nudge that we are being nudged in the right direction from Spirit. And so a lot of people ask, well, what is my path? And what should I be focusing on? Well, the answer lies within our hearts. And I know that a lot of us get in our head a lot, and we circle around and around with thoughts and all that type of thing. And so it helps when we do that to get back into our heart, to get back into our body, to get grounded and centered, and not to be playing the same thoughts over and over and over again all the time, but listening to that divine spark that we have within our heart. Music is a great way to do this. It's a great way to bring up things in our emotions that we may have locked away. And, when I was pondering this message that I was going to talk about today, Spirit gave me the song, The Long and Winding Road, but the George Michael version, which is on YouTube. And that's a huge heart opener. If you want to check that out, go ahead and do so. But let's see, we are, Spirit has this big, nudge to pay attention to your heart, like I said, because a lot of us have emotions that are trapped in there. And now this week, we're going to be going into a full moon. And this full moon, normally they're always heightened our emotions, right? Well, this full moon is in Aries, and so it can heighten passion, it can heighten like aggravation or even anger. And Aries, because Aries is ruled by the planet Mars. And things can come up, we can get triggered. We can have more anger come up when the energy, this is all the energy that's at play right now. And so Spirit is wanting us to be mindful and pay attention to things that may get under our skin. If something is aggravating you, if somebody's aggravating you. And, this is for any time, but just bringing it up now since the moon, the energy of it. So if something is triggering you, getting under your skin, there is this guidance coming up to pay attention to, sit and ask yourself why that is. And instead of just reacting the same old way that we normally would in a situation like that, being a little more mindful of it and paying more attention to it is what we're guided to do. Because when we do that, what happens is, this could be getting triggered from something that happened a long time ago, right? Something that's maybe we didn't deal with before, if we got hurt. And sadness is really usually always what is underneath anger. And so that's why we really need to release any sadness that we still have. It will help in the long run. It will help because other people and situations will not be controlling our emotions anymore. We'll be controlling our emotions. We'll be determining how we feel and how we react instead of being almost like not a victim, but like just at the whim of other people and what they have to say or anything that, is upsetting. And it's just a little bit more of a mindful way of dealing with emotion, because emotion is a big part of the human experience and the spiritual path. Okay. And then when we do that, we free burdens that we're carrying and we become liberated, and other people are no longer determining and controlling how we feel. So I went ahead and pulled some card messages that Spirit wanted to bring up. So we've got caring connections. Hold on, these are falling. Okay. Caring connections. So for some of you, you're wanting to bring in, a partner if you fit into that category, or even it could be a friend, just like a relationship that is caring and meaningful. And like, you might not be seeing it right now, but Spirit is saying that it is coming in. And if you're fitting in that category, just know that it is coming in. Divine timing is at play. I feel like it is taking a long time because of divine timing, but I think I'm feeling like, 6 months time or so, that is going to be coming in for a lot of us. And then Spirit wanted to say you and your loved ones are safe. So if you or somebody you love has gone through some upheaval, or, something has gone on in their life or your life, okay, everything is going to work out. It is going to be okay. We've got a new start is coming, and don't let the past hold you back. These clouds are going to be lifting, and we're going to have bright new light and new energy coming in. Like a big new energy is about to be coming in, over the next couple of months before the end of this year. And then we have victory and success. What it is that you are working on, you are going to find victory. You are going to have a resolution. You are going to have abundance coming in. And then the sun, we end with the sun. That was the last card that came out for the conclusion. So it is a beautiful energy. It's full of joy. Like, you have a lot of strong guidance happening right now. So make sure you're listening to your guidance and not overlooking it, and look for those nudges, those synchronicities. Spirit likes to bring in synchronicities. The angel numbers are just the signs, or, pay attention to the animal spirits, and just, have a beautiful week. And I hope this message helped somebody out there, and have a great autumn. So, because we just went into autumn. So if you have any questions about any readings that I have, it's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. And you can always check out my Facebook or Instagram, where I post messages for the week and inspirational messages. And like I said, if you want to do the harvest reading, that's in my store.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right.
Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am sitting here trying to get all of my stuff ready. It's been a crazy day today. I've got a lot going on. I can't wait to share with you all. And so, what as many know, when I do my Wednesday night readings, I'll get visions and I will see numbers. And the number for today is the number 63, which I don't know why I'm seeing 6 and 3, which is really interesting that it's such a high number. And so I just go with it and I trust. And so I thought, well, before I hop on and start my show, I better hurry and count these cards out because I sure don't want to waste any time counting the 63 tonight on my show on the podcast. So because we are live, right? So anyhow, I hope you guys, I hope you all have such a beautiful week. Hopefully you all are feeling the relief of the retrograde being done. We're kind of out of that post retrograde, so that's even more amazing and more beautiful in my opinion anyways. What was interesting, I listened to another podcast and it's actually, if any of you know who Alison Dubois is, she is the original, the medium that is what the show Medium is based on. So, and a lot of her experiences working with with criminal cases and doing a lot of criminal profiling. So, anyway, she has a beautiful podcast now, and I listened to that. And today she had one of her very regulars that does my gosh, my brain doesn't want to work astrology. And anyhow, it was interesting to listen to them even say this last retrograde was very hard for them. So I kind of am glad because I'm glad that I'm not the only one that's been struggling or was, I should say. So hallelujah, we're out of that one. The podcast she does talk about, or I should say her astrologist talks about what we're about ready to go into. And I thought, oh goodness, I don't know if I wanted to hear that, but I think it'll be good though, because lots of cleaning out the closets per se, getting rid of, the things or the stuff or the people that are no longer serving us. So if you've been really just struggling lately with some family members, well, it might be best to maybe wait until after the holidays to to cause any kind of confrontation or argument. Because from what I understand, going into the holidays, especially with we've got a full moon in Aries. So those of you who know an Aries, my husband's an Aries, and Aries are great. They're very passionate, but they're a fire sign. So need I say more? And so we're going into a full moon in Aries soon. And then we've got this new moon in, I believe the new moon is in, I believe it's in Pisces, if I remember right. Or it might be new moon in Aquarius. I can't remember. Anyhow, but yeah, so it's lots of crazy stuff coming energetic wise, but I'll tell you, I'm going to enjoy the vibrational high that I'm on right now. It's been amazing. Things have been going beautifully. So with that said, really quick, before we take a caller and before I tell you guys what our affirmation is for this week. So if you are in the Utah area, which is where I am from, tomorrow, Thursday, the 21st tomorrow? Yes, Thursday, the 21st, and Friday, the 22nd. I will be downtown Salt Lake at the FanX, and this is at the Salt Palace Convention Center. So for those of you who do not know what FanX is, maybe you've heard of Comic-Con. And this was kind of a spin-off of Comic-Con, I guess, if you will. and it's one of the largest fanics in the United States, because here in Utah we have a lot of fans that love the cosplay, the what do you call it? The anime, all that kind of stuff. So I will be there with my paranormal team. My paranormal team I work with as a medium. Their name is WASP, which stands for the Western Association for the Science of the Paranormal. So please go and follow them and give them some love and support. They're amazing, and I love working with them. We go out and we do investigations, and they send me in with my own kind of equipment, which is my beautiful gifts, and then they come in and use theirs. And it's really cool to see, those who get to, experience my mediumship, but also get to actually see raw evidence. It's so amazing. So come out to Comic-Con. I'll be out there tomorrow and Friday. Now, Saturday, the 23rd, I will be at a huge music festival downtown Salt Lake. It is called Super Bloom, and it's a lot of indie kind of music bands, just amazing, couple local. One of the singers that's featured is a guy by the name of JP Sack. I don't know if you've heard of him. Look him up. I know you'll notice and recognize some of his songs. So incredibly talented artist. So I'll have a booth there and going to be doing readings, and as people come and enjoy music. And here in Salt Lake on Saturday, it's only going to be a high of about 65. So make sure you bring a jacket. It's going to be a little chilly. So anyway, lots of good things coming. And then also October 7th here in Salt Lake, I have my annual Halloween event, and that's at Redemption Bar and Grill, so 21 and older, and I'll be doing readings and just so many good things coming. So if you're local, or if you can make it to Utah those dates, swing by and say hi. Hey, all right, well, let's go ahead. Let's do our affirmation, and then we'll take our caller. So the affirmation for today says, letting go creates space for me to receive. Letting go creates space for me to receive. And I love these affirmations. You can see the pretty butterflies. I'll show them on the camera. Maybe I got that upside down. I don't know. Butterflies can go either way, right? Anyhow, so yes, make sure that, this just makes sense with what I literally just said about letting go of the things that are no longer serving you. And once you're able to do that, then you can receive the goodness, right? All that good vibrational, positive energy that's out there. So, hey, all right. Well, I am going to go ahead and take my first caller here. And this is Suzanne, and I'm super excited. This is Suzanne and from Australia. Hi, Suzanne.
Good morning, Stephanie, and how are you today?
Good morning. I should say, I guess it's evening for me, but good morning to you.
It is at 8 o'clock here in the morning.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love your accent, by the way. So, the Australian accent, it's just beautiful, beautiful to listen to. So, anyways,
well, too, sweetie.
Oh, well, thank you. I hear that I have one, but I know that
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. Well, how can I help you tonight, Suzanne?
Okay. 2 questions. My son, is he going to get better and get back to work and go overseas? Me, I need to get off this scooter and start walking, so I need some advice, please, from above.
Gotcha. Okay, my friend. Okay, so question about your son, and then also some help, or a health question for yourself. Is that right?
Yes, please, Stephanie.
Okay, you got it, my friend. Okay, I'm gonna focus for a moment, but I think I want to pull a couple cards just to see, and also see if we get any kind of. Sometimes I'll get even just validations or guidance through the cards. So I'm just pulling a few here for you. Okay. All right, my friend. So let's first and foremost, let's answer the question about your son, um, and see what we're getting there. Now, and if I understood correctly, you were wondering if he was going to be getting better. And did you say, will he be going overseas? Is that what I heard right?
Yes, to work. Yes, to work.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. All right, my friend. So, couple things that I'm feeling with him. First and foremost, I feel that, boy, I know you just are asking kind of very general, which is what I love, because I don't want too much information. But um, when you say, is he going to get better? The first vision that I got, and really the uh, even maybe validation through the cards, I do feel when you said, is he going to get better? I do feel immediately I started to get um, a pain in my head. And then I also started getting this tingling that went right to my gut, right to my stomach area. So when you say, is he going to get better? I do feel that some of this, has to do with either mental illness or headaches, because my head is starting to hurt. Does that make sense with him? Is he struggling with any of those at the moment?
Both, Stephanie. Both.
Both. Okay.
He's under
All
an
right.
awful lot of stress.
Yes. Okay. Okay. And okay, that makes sense with the head. Okay. The stomach would also make sense for me too, Suzanne, because stress obviously does cause issues with the stomach, with the intestines, um, whether it's ulcers or it can even be just, a lot of people when they are under a lot of stress, they don't eat or they overeat. So I do feel that he's got
doing
some
both.
stomach. He's doing. Oh, great. Oh goodness. Well, that would make sense of why my stomach's been kind of hurting. Um, so, to just kind of answer your question right off the bat here for you, I do feel like I do see him going back to work. However, I am I'm a bit reluctant to why yeah, I have to listen to my little guides tell me, I don't feel that it's going to be overseas for not for quite a while, for some time. And I mean at least within the next year. Um, I think I see him going back to work and slowly trying to get himself, the momentum going, but and the motivation, I should say. But as far as going
I think he
overseas,
needs to stick up his bum to get him moving.
agreed, my friend, agreed. And his free will choice is what is causing him to really still be sick. And what I mean by that is his free will choice to just kind of sit around and not be motivated and not uh, find his spark, as I call it. That free will choice is determining his future, you know? Um, and
And
it's
I understand that completely.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, as I see him, it's unfortunate too, because I feel like he just has so much potential to just do amazing things. But I just don't feel like he sees it. Um, there's been a lot of I feel for him, the mental struggles, overall have really, in a sense, debilitated him. Does that make sense?
Perfect. You're spot on, sweetie. Spot on.
Yeah. Okay, my friend. Well, I mean, I think, I try to see the good in everything and the silver lining and everything. And, I do feel he'll be back to work. And as far as timing, I do feel this is going to be, well, here in the next, I keep saying 4 months, and I know that's a bit out of a ways, but I feel for him, it might be just, it's the beginning of getting better, which is good. For him, I feel like it's going to be a slow process. Uh, but with that said, I feel with your son, and as far as I see how his personality is, uh, the more that he waits to find motivation, the less likely he's going to be going overseas. And that's hard to say because I see he'll just get comfortable.
No, I feel that completely.
Yeah.
He's just
Yeah.
not moving forward, doesn't want to deal with
Yeah.
the problems, and until he sorts
Yeah.
that part out in his life, then he can go no further.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So he needs to do a little bit of what I call some soul searching and really finding himself again. Because I feel he did at one point. I feel he was on a good
He
track
did.
for a moment. Yeah. Yeah. Um,
And then it went rapidly downhill.
phone just went all weird. Oh, sorry about that. My service went all funky. But I
That's
do
all
feel
right.
that.
It was my daughter saying she loves me.
Oh, good. I love that. It's all that beautiful energy of our loved ones. uh, so
It is.
yes, just as much as I hate to say, patience is a virtue, but sometimes we're not very virtuous. But
I know that saying. I keep saying it to myself. Patience is a virtue.
yes,
And you have
absolutely,
no
my
patience
friend.
at the moment, Susan. You want to be on full speed and you're on one gear.
And exactly. Yeah, it gets very frustrating. And I know from a mother's perspective, I get it because I have been there. So hang in there. Um, now, let me just really quickly. I've got another caller waiting, but let me answer your question really quick about you asked about your health and where that's headed. So the first thing that I feel that I was saying I would just be mindful of. I mean, because I'm not a doctor and I can't advise, give medical advice, but I can tell you I feel that some of the pain that I feel coming from your legs at the moment. Do you have leg pain?
Yes, totally.
Okay.
It doesn't want to work for me.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So watch your diet. I just feel like there is something. I would even do a food journal and write down because there's something that I feel that you're putting within your body, not medication, but food, beverage, drink, whatever, that I feel is causing flares and causing the pain. Um, so I don't know if you've ever done like an food allergy type test, or if that's available, but I do feel
Yes,
like
it
that's going to
is.
be. Oh, good. Okay. So maybe think about
But
doing
you know
that.
what
I
I
feel
think
like
it might be? It might be my coffee.
oh gosh, I'm sorry. Bless your heart.
Yes, so am I.
Oh, good. Oh, goodness. Well, if that's the case, then there's sacrifice, right? There's sacrifice. So,
I'd give it up today if I knew that I'd walk again.
absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And I feel if anything, maybe that'll help you. Just see if you can't get some of that testing done to see what's causing the flare, and the pain. And because I do feel like the inflammation from whatever you're eating or ingesting is a big part of this. Okay.
All Oh dear, it's got to be the coffee.
I'm just, oh my goodness. It's always the one thing that we just love and need. I feel like that's
I
always
know,
the case.
but I have cut back. I have cut back.
Well, good. That's good. That's a good start. That is a good start. Well, I hope that this
Stephanie,
helped
you
you.
have been amazing,
Yes.
and thank you
Oh,
so much. And you're so spot on, honey. And may you
oh,
stay
well,
safe and well.
yeah. Oh, well, you're so welcome, and it's my pleasure. And I'm sending you lots of good love and light, and wish you the best. Okay.
Thank you, Stephanie. May you stay
All
safe
right.
too.
Thank you. All right, hon. Take care. Okay. Bye
You
bye.
too. Bye.
Bye bye. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead and take the next caller here. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to take a moment and let's talk a little bit before see if we get another caller. How's that? Uh, so let's talk about some things that also that I've been finding out about this energy that's been coming our way. So apparently, if you are a Scorpio, um, the Scorpio, which of course, as many of you, well, I would think many of you know, Scorpio is in the October, right? So we're, oh gosh, what, mid-October to mid-November. So there's your Scorpios there, and my son's a Scorpio, and the Scorpio season, from what I just had heard on this podcast I was mentioning earlier, is really going to be a time where um, legal stuff happening. So a lot of tension in legal. So if you're having anything in that realm, then I would say just be mindful of that. So, all right. Well, I think we got another caller already. So I think it's is it Joanna from Indiana? Is that correct? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hi, Joanna. This is the mini medium. How can I help you tonight, hon?
Oh, well, by taking a peek into some urgent financial struggles. I just had to kind of leave my previous career, and I did not have things set up for that. It was kind of a shove from the universe to move forward. So I am worried about paying my bills.
Oh goodness. For one, I'm sorry, that happened. I feel like, as they say, money's the root of all evil sometimes, and
It can be, yeah.
exactly. That's why I say sometimes it is, but obviously, we need to pay our bills so that, we can at least have a roof over our head and food and what may be. But
Right, exactly. I'd like to contribute to society instead of drawing from it.
I love it. I love hearing you say that. I love it. Well, let me tell you, what I heard, that I want to tell you that I love that you said already is, that the universe threw this your way, and here's why. Because um, the universe does not know good from bad, negative from positive. The universe just says, all of this energy, that you've been putting out into the universe and giving to the universe. Now the universe goes, oh, okay, well, I'm going to send some of that back your way. Now you question, you go, well, wait a minute, what did I do that I deserve to lose my job, right? So wait, sometimes we question.
I haven't exactly lost it. I've gotten arthritis in my working hand, so I'm being
I
pushed
see.
to move forward into my next career that I've been planning. I just didn't have the cushion.
Gotcha.
To lose the
Okay.
client.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So either way there, boy, that makes even more sense. So the universe will send things your way that will really uh, slow you down, or stall you, or or sometimes just, this is just the best way that the universe feels that needs to be, because the universe is trying to protect you or save you from what may come. So I always try to look at things that everything happens for a reason. And I know it's a cliche saying, but I'm a firm
No,
believer.
it's not. It's the way
Right?
it's the way the universe works in my world.
Good. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, you and I, should go get coffee together. We just mesh well. It's beautiful.
Down.
I love
Totally
it.
down. Here for it.
Yes, I love it. Well, so I went ahead. I pulled a couple cards, by the way, and just to see. Now, I'm going to tell you the two cards I pulled. Very interesting. The first one was the Devil card, which a lot of people go, "Oh my gosh," they kind of panic, but it actually isn't necessarily a bad thing. The second card I pulled for you is an upside down or reversed Ace of Pentacles. So I don't necessarily read tarot cards. I use my gifts most, but I love the cards as validation. So looking at just this and how it's validating with what I'm getting. For one, the Devil card, as I see it, is just really what I just said. You're being kind of, quote unquote, forced to go this new direction. Which I'm going to tell you right now, I feel intuitively, I feel is a good direction for you to go, even though you're not maybe financially prepared. But I'll tell you,
I don't even have a certification or like website set up yet for it. So
Gotcha. Well, don't panic, because I feel as I see the new direction coming, which that's where the ace comes in. The ace is the beginning of a new journey. And then the pentacle is something of value to you. So I know I've got it I've got about 40 minutes or 30 seconds. My gosh, the show went by fast. Okay, let me tell you, I do not feel that I see there being any major struggles for you. The biggest thing that I want you to keep in mind, my friend, is that keeping that positive mindset the best you can, and also, to get some help. I feel like that you may need to get someone in there to help you to get some things moving a little quicker.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television, and a whole bunch of other places. I'm your host, John Capello. I'm a psychic medium from the North Texas area, and we're delighted to have you join us today on our program. You know, we're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. And that's interesting too, because this weekend I'm going to be on I'm going to be at a new conference. It's called the We Are Not Alone in the Universe conference. And today I'm really happy to be able to welcome a guest who's going to join me at the conference. And this is a gentleman who's very well known in many circles, actually worldwide, and has written several books. And I'm just really honored and delighted to have him as a guest on my program today. And his name is Tom T. Moore, and I guess you could see him already on the screen. And so I'd like to welcome Tom to our show. Tom, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for joining me today on the program. We're delighted to have you. And I know you've written several books, and you're going to be at the conference this weekend. And so, if you don't mind, I know you do a lot about angels too, and you've written a book called the Gentle Way. And so, you know, I'd like for you to just tell us a little bit about that, and also, you know, tell us a little bit about your work and about how you got into this, and just kind of introduce yourself to the audience, if you don't mind. You mind doing that?
Okay, so the Gentle Way is an easy way to expand and make an easier life. Let's say, okay, and you do it by saying what some people would call affirmations, some people call prayers, but you say it out loud. So I've been told in these meditative sessions I've been doing it now since 2005, that when you say something like this out loud, it has a great energy that goes out to the universe. So it's you can say, I request a most benevolent outcome for my drive to the grocery store, and I request a most benevolent outcome for finding a great parking space at the grocery store, and then a most benevolent outcome for my drive home. And when you do these things, you're calling in what I believe is your guardian angel. And as long as you make these requests that are benevolent and are within your within what's called your soul contract, then it will work for you. And you just have to release these to the universe. And it works, because I was voted best self-help author for 3 years in a row by the readers of a health magazine. So people find this method really, truly works in their life. And if you go to my website at www.thegentlewaybook.com and click on blogs, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of stories sent to me from all over the world from people that are using this in their daily life.
So basically, just out loud, ask the universe and ask God and angels to give you the help that you need, and just kind of expect it.
Yes. And I designed the sentence after working and experimenting with it myself so that anyone of any religious belief can say
Mhm.
this. Now, if you want to add in your own deities, if that makes you feel better, great, but you don't have to. It works because it is immediately listened to by whoever you believe in listens to.
Yeah. So, but you do believe in an afterlife. You do believe in the Creator. You do believe in celestial beings helping us here on Earth as
Yes,
we kind of journey through this life. Now, you also do telepathy. Now, what do you do with your telepathy work?
Okay. Telepathy, everyone is able to do telepathy because everyone has the pineal gland in the back of your head that acts as an antenna for every single kind of telepathic thought, images, gut feelings. I mean, there's lots and lots of names for telepathic communication, but everyone has that ability. And one of my sole contracts in this life is to encourage people to try it out for yourself in a meditation. All you have to do is say, I wish to speak, after it, and let me preface that by surrounding yourself with a bubble of white light for protection. And then you say, I wish to speak to my guardian angel and or whoever you wish. I've been speaking recently to Creator. And in fact, my next free newsletter that goes out weekly, which I just finished today, I've got some questions for Creator. And Creator always tells me, Tom, I can handle trillions of conversations and communications all at the same time. So I encourage all of your readers to contact me and ask me even trivial questions. I'll answer them.
So that's great. Now, you mentioned your newsletter. What is your website and how do people sign up for that newsletter, if you don't mind me asking? So how do they do that?
Okay. You go to my website, www.thegentlewaybook.com. And on the very first page, there's a little box, and you click on the little link, and it just says, what is your name and email address? And that's all you have to do.
Make it simple.
There'll be an email that will be sent to you saying, was it you? Did you really sign up for this? And
Well,
that's it.
Well, very good, very good. Now, you do you ever do predictions, or do you receive information, like, for instance, when this Writers Guild Association strike is going to end, and the the auto workers, and do you ever receive information that you share with your audience, and or what you do? Okay. Do you have any predictions for us, or that you can share?
So last week, I asked everyone to say approximately this benevolent prayer. Now, when you say things for other people, it's called a benevolent prayer, and it's said a little differently than in what's called an MBO, or a most benevolent outcome request, which is specifically for you. So last week I said, let's say this benevolent prayer out loud. I ask any and all beings to aid and assist in all the sides coming to an agreement in the WGA, SAG, SAG, and auto workers union strikes even sooner than we can hope for or expect. Thank you. Now, typically, because my newsletter goes out to several thousand people all over the world, I'll have several hundred people, maybe several thousand, I never know, that will say one of these benevolent prayers out loud. Well, suddenly the WGA appears that one's going to be settled. I'm told that the actors' strike is going to really drag on, and the auto workers should be somewhere 60 to 90 days.
60, 90 days. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, do people come in for readings with you, or do you just do you do a podcast yourself or anything like that?
No, I don't. I don't have time. Keep in
You're
mind,
busy.
I have a day job. I'm
Oh.
the CEO of a international film and TV program distribution business, and I do these weekly newsletters. The one today was, I think, somewhere around 11 pages that I'm going to be sending out starting tomorrow, and then I have the blog on Saturdays where I'll put together 3 or 4 of the stories that come into me every week, and I'll put them out both in the blog and then in the following newsletter the next week. So,
well, very good. That's good. Also, it seems like you get into some other things too. And I have in my notes here that you are interested in a free energy machine. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
sure. I've been been told for the last 3 or 4 years that a free energy machine is coming, and to the point where it's supposed to be released maybe this fall. I've even had one guy in I'll say the East Coast. Don't want to mention where, that has been working on a free energy machine, and but I'm told in my meditative sessions that he's got a couple of things wrong with it and it needs to be worked on. But I've also printed in my newsletter, I think, another 2 or 3 that people are working on all over the world, even Australia and besides the United States. So I'm told that this free energy machine is going to be released to the public with no patent. So in other words, anyone can put together one of these little free energy machines. And I'm told that this will be a great worldwide game changer, where in the future, even a little village in Africa will have electricity and they'll be able to go on the internet and learn, and it'll be truly a tremendous game changer.
And Elon Musk isn't doing it, or
I asked about
he
that.
does all these other things,
and I was told that he's not. And it obviously is going to be some philanthropic organization that's going to release it to the public. We're just waiting and for it to happen.
Yeah, that will really change the world in many ways. Good, and it's going to be a shock to some workers, I'm sure. But so let's just see what happens.
Shock to a lot of oil corporations and people that have made an enormous amount of money. There have been free energy machines that were invented before, but they were bought out by oil companies and put in the trash. So,
well, that's good to know. I guess we'll be looking forward to that, and I want to get one as soon as possible.
You bet. Save my life.
But I'd like to just turn our attention, if you don't mind, to this weekend and talk a little bit about this all the talk about extraterrestrials and the conference that you and I are going to be at. You're going to be speaking, and I know I'm going to be speaking as well. And our friend Ken Coffey is Ken Cherry, excuse me, Ken Cherry. Ken, I got it mixed up there. Ken Cherry is one of the sponsors of it.
Yeah,
but you are, do what?
The Wrangler, as he calls himself.
He calls himself the Wrangler. Yeah, he's the one that wrangling all these people together, and he's good at that. But it's hard to say no to Ken. So, and not that I ever wanted to, but it's just he's quite an organizer. But
Former
you
state
were.
director of MUFON.
I know, I know. He was pretty high up there, and the current state director is going to be there, and some national people too are
Yeah.
coming, and we're going to have Ken Redfin and some other people there, so we may get some additional guests to come on our show.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I'll see if I can wrangle a few myself this weekend.
Yeah,
But
I'm
we
going to be speaking on my book, First Contact Conversations with an ET, and all these conversations I've been having with him are
Yeah.
are telepathic, and I've
Yeah.
been talking to him since 2008, and
wow.
and believe it or not, I have been told, since I have a great deal of experience in the film industry, that my family and I are going to go up to his mothership, and we're going to shoot with a 4-camera shoot for 14 days. And so it'll be fun.
Wow, that'll be amazing. So, what do you think of this new revelation in Mexico about these skeletons? Are they for real in your view, or what do you think of those?
I was told by Antura, my ET buddy, that unfortunately they're not real, but at least it keeps people talking about it.
Okay. Um, so you don't think that you were told that they weren't real.
Yeah, I can go with is that. Now, keep in mind, anyone that does this work, whether it be psychic or telepathic or whatever you want to call it, none of us are perfect. I estimate that I'm in, after all these years, in the 80 or 90% category, but that means 10 or 20% of the time I'm incorrect. So that's just the way it is, and I do my best, and the newsletter is free, so it's not like, oh my God, I'm
you're not taking anything from anyone.
where it can have a wrong response. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, sometimes we just channel the information that's given to us, and I tell people, even psychic information isn't always correct. It's we collect the energy that's given to us, and we communicate what's given to us. And
Yes.
as a psychic, and people have freedom of choice, and other energies can influence things, and so we never really quite can say it's the future. It's a future,
Yeah,
or a
it's a
possibility.
probability.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's over and over I'm told. Well, the highest probability, Tom, is
yeah.
such and such. Okay.
That's
And
that's right.
and there's thousands of probabilities for any given day. And as you get closer to the day, it's down to 100 and then 50 and so on. So these really are probabilities.
That's right. So now you also get into some climate change predictions, and you get into some other things besides extraterrestrials. And you had some comments that I was reading about Yellowstone, and some things that may be happening in that area. Can you tell us a little bit about that in the West Coast?
Sure.
We've heard about the West Coast falling into the ocean for years, and it may very well, but it may not be in our lifetime. So we just don't know. But do you have any comments about that you'd like to share with everyone? Well, he kind of froze up on my screen, but I imagine he'll be back in just a moment. So uh, Tom gets into lots of different things, and has a large following of people that listen to what he has to say. And so we'll try to get him back as soon as we can. He kind of froze up on our screen, but he's a gentleman that is from the North Texas area, and has been in the limelight for quite a while because he had won so many awards, and has such a great following. And I've always known him as being kind of the angel man, the man that has always had this deep connection to the angelic realm. And I've been talking a lot about that for a long time. And I, on our programming, we've been talking about the different archangels here recently, and so we'll get back to that programming, in the future. But I had an opportunity to have Tom on our program, so I wanted to be able to get his take on things and find out his viewpoint about different angels. And he works a lot with guardian angels, and it's interesting to hear him talk about how going and just asking for those things that you need in your life and that you want in your life, because instead of just doing a petition prayer, you can just go out and just say, look to my guardian angel, I need help. I need something. I need more money. I need a better job. I need a better relationship, or I need to improve my relationship. These are things that if you put that energy out there and you just kind of ask the universe to bring it to you, then it's kind of that law of attraction. You attract that energy that you need at this particular time, at a particular time in your life. And so, we've talked a little bit about that. Like last week, we talked a little bit about the angel Raphael, and Raphael is the healing angel. He's the angel that that's all in green, and he first presented himself by curing someone who was blind, and then the next thing I knew, we got a caller who was blind, and she was talking about that. It was just interesting how they are so much a part of our lives, and they in our business we say there's no coincidences. So there must have been a reason why the lady called in who was blind and was interested in our conversation about Raphael. And one thing I forgot to mention last week about Raphael, and I mentioned that the Jewish tradition and the Islamic tradition recognize that particular angel. Well, the Christian tradition recognizes him too, and actually even made a saint. He's considered Saint Raphael, even though we've never had this physical appearance of this angel working with us directly in the form of a physical being. So it looks like we have Tom back, and so I'm glad that we have him back, and I want to kind of continue our conversation. And we were talking a little bit about climate change, I guess, and we were talking a little bit about Yellowstone and the West Coast. And
Sure,
and
since we lost a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I've been told that Gaia wants to cause Yellowstone to erupt. The 73 right now for the last 18 months, it's been a 73% probability of that happening. I'm allowed to ask every 6 months, okay? And if Yellowstone erupts, it will actually cause a mini ice age all the way over to Chicago, okay? Sort of straight across on the upper part of the United States, lower part of Canada. And also it will cause the West Coast to have eruptions, and that probability is 63%. I'm told that she has not been given the go-ahead by our souls, but if we see a large migration out of the West Coast and the Yellowstone area, and of people leaving, and then a large migration of people coming in, that tells me in between those 6 months, the next one is into December, that something is about to happen.
Okay. Now Gaia is who is Gaia? Is Gaia the geyser there, or what?
Gaia is the soul of the earth.
The soul of the earth. Okay.
Okay. She is I say she, but I use she. Mother Earth. People call her Mother Earth. Many other names. She's a quantum master. She's achieved quantum master status and is able to handle not only our Earth, which is on timeline 6, but all the other timeline Earths, 1 through 12. So she's a busy, what I call a lady. Okay.
Now, when you mention Yellowstone erupting, does that include affecting the West Coast, or because you mentioned it would be from Yellowstone to Chicago? So is there anything going to happen specifically to California or anything like that?
Well, that's the ash cloud will affect that because there will be no sun for many months.
Okay. All right.
And but because of the huge shaking that will go on, like Mount Rainier will start shaking, and there'll be huge mudslides that will fill that valley below Mount Rainier.
Okay. Wow. So I know Mount Helena had a big impact on that area when it happened. So we'll just have to see what happens here. But we're running a little bit short on time. I'm sorry we lost you there, but I'd like for you to tell us a little bit more about the proof of ETs, because once again, we're going to this conference and you and I will be featured speakers. I'm kind of honored to be there as a featured speaker. But can you tell us a little bit more about the proof of ETs? And, you just said that the Mexican proof was not actually ETs, but what proof do you have that ETs exist?
Well, I guess thousands of questions to Antura. And I've had to ask him specific questions. He's under the same rules that I have with Gaia and Theo, my guardian angel and creator. I have to ask specific questions. I can't just say, oh, tell us what you look like. I have in my book, First Contact, Conversations with an ET, I had to go down every single question, eyes and so on. So it's, so for me, I have no doubt, okay? When we go to his mothership, which is 50 miles above us, it's 3 miles wide, 20 stories tall, crew of 900, plus their families, totaling 1,500 from 37 different planets. And they live there their whole lives. But once you go inside the ship, it's actually 15 miles wide and huge. So roomy as Tura calls it. Okay.
Well, great. Well, we just have about a minute or so left in the program. And so, Tom, I want to thank you for being a part of our program today. And if you have about 20 seconds to tell us a little some final thoughts, then we're going to wrap things up for today. So I'm turning it over for you a few more seconds.
Okay, very quickly, go to my website, www.thegentlewaybook.com. Sign up for my newsletter. It's free. If you don't like it after a few times, you can always opt out of it. But it's my gift to the world, and I receive these questions from all over the world to ask in these meditative sessions.
Well, very good. Well, once again, Tom, we're delighted to have had you as our guest. We hope that you'll come back sometime and be a part of our program. I'm looking forward to working with you this weekend. And as we depart our show today, I want to thank our sponsors once again, Miracles of Joy in Louisville, Texas. Be sure to use their promo code on their website, PS0223, and get that 25% discount. So thanks a lot for being with us today here on the Psychic Side. I'm John Capello. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Have you had an absolutely fantastic week as I've had? I mean, the weather's starting to warm up a little bit here. Not that you'd know that, but it's, you know, it certainly is heading towards the warmer months, and I really come alive in the warmer months. I like the warmth. I like the sunshine. That's why I live where I live. So wherever you live in this magical world of ours, I hope you're enjoying your local weather and enjoying getting out and about and meeting people and having just some generalized good times in your life. You know, we had a long period of time where we were all shut away and things were so uncertain. And I think it's now time that we take our power back, that we sort of get back to sort of living and enjoying our lives and getting out and about and exploring our local environment. And for many people, that's, you know, taking a trip somewhere special or reconnecting with family that live a long distance away. Whatever your journey is, it's time to sort of get out there and really enjoy what nature's got to offer us. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week doesn't represent going out for a bit of a fun time. This is the card of work frustrations. Now, look, we all have frustrations in our lives from time to time, and sometimes they relate to work. And it's not always about the paid work that we do. It can be hard work needing to be done on a situation, either at work or a situation in your life. So sometimes we have to put in extra effort in areas in our lives that we sort of feel that we've already done the hard yards on, and we sort of, it's like we want to stand there and lean on the end of a shovel or the end of a stick and say, let me just take another look at this. Is there something that I've missed? Is there another way I can approach this? Is there something that I can do differently that might bring me a different result or move things along or get it unstuck, whatever the case may be. So it's a time of contemplation too. You know, not everything in life comes easily to us. We have to work at things. We have to put the effort in. And I hear many people say, oh, look, I've worked really hard to make this happen and nothing's happened. Well, sometimes that's just the way it's meant to be. Maybe it's, you know, we need to learn discipline and putting effort into situations that may not pan out the way that we expected it, but it's a good training ground or a good experience for us for other things that are going to come into our lives in a future date. So don't look at this card in a negative. Look at it as, okay, I've maybe got to approach it in a different way. Maybe I've got to stop and think about it, contemplate, look at what my options are, and then proceed forward. Because sometimes the answers aren't always that easy, and sometimes we're in something for the long haul. Not everything can be sorted out with the snap of the fingers like we would like to think it can be. We are basically impatient creatures, humans. We get an idea, we want to act on it, we want it finalised and sorted out and out the other side in 10 minutes. And that's not what life is always about. There's an age-old saying, good things come to those who wait. And I think that's what that card represents. So this week, astrologically, it's not quite as intense as it's been over the last few weeks. I felt we had a really intense time. Yes, we've still got a number of planets going retrograde between now and the end of the year. I won't highlight that. I mentioned that I did a special feature on that on a show a couple of weeks ago. So this week I'm going to focus on what's actually happening today around the universe. So today we've got the sun has moved into Libra. So happy birthday to all the Librians around the world. It's a very exciting time of the year for you. It's a time when it's your time to shine. For the rest of us mere mortals in the other 11 signs, it's a time when we need to be seeking truth. It's a time when we need to be bringing our lives into balance, whatever way that may be. For some people, there may be some legal or government issues that they need to sort out. And it doesn't matter what your star sign is for that. It is a time when we need to get to the truth. We need to bring balance into our lives, and sometimes bringing balance into our lives is a little bit tricky. It can be something that we have to negotiate. We have to sort of sit down and consider the other person's feelings or the other person's needs before we can find a resolution, and sometimes that the word arbitration comes into there, that, you know, we need to arbitrate to find a balance or find the truth in the situation, so we can bring things into balance, and that every party can agree to disagree, but we find some sort of common ground, and so then we get a result. So don't be surprised if the next, you know, 20 odd days that you might find yourself in a little bit of an arbitration situation, no matter what your star sign is, where you're trying to bring some sort of closure to something, or bring something into balance, or get to the bottom of a matter that's been troubling you for some time. So we've got the sun in Libra, as I mentioned, and that's really, really positive. So again, happy birthday for all the Librians. We've got the planet Mars. Now, Mars is also sitting in Libra at the moment, which is conjunct the South Node. Now, the South Node is not a planet, it's the moon's node, which means we're looking to try and take the easy way out. Now, I want you to be very, very careful here, particularly if you are a Libra, an Aquarian, or a Gemini. If you're also an Aries, be very, very aware that you're not being stubborn or pig-headed, or just looking at this is the only way I can do something, and trying to take the easy way out, or take the path of what you see as least resistance. This can sometimes come in the form of, I haven't got my listening ears on. People around me, people that care about me, bring up suggestions or sort of share with us knowledge or information that they might know that might be important to our lives. And we tend to want to sort of, yes, 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 I'm listening. Thanks very much for the information. You walk out the door, you hang up the phone and you say, I'm not going that direction. What would they know? Just because they've seen it in some official capacity, that doesn't apply to me. So if you're in that situation and you're one of those star signs that I've mentioned, please be very, very careful, because this is not the time to try and take the easy way out in a situation, or feel that rules and regulations don't apply to you. If you do proceed with things like that, you will probably find that you'll end up in more hot water and more trouble than what you anticipated, because you haven't done your proper due diligence, you haven't done your research. It's a time to really explore what's under the covers. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that everything in your life is negative. For some people that under those star signs, they'll find that, okay, once they start to explore a particular idea or an opportunity, that they see maybe, just maybe this isn't quite right for me, or maybe there's extra work that needs to be put in, or I need to approach it in a different approach. I'm not going to try and cheat the system or take the easy way out or tread on somebody's toes. I'm going to try and find an alternative solution. And that's what this is designed for, because it's designed to get you to think outside the square, to look for an alternative solution that maybe just by exploring the matter a little bit further, you will find the pathway through, and instead of getting yourself into hot water. So just be aware of that. Be very careful that, you know, you don't get too dogmatic and say, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. That's the major concern here. We also have Jupiter, the planet of luck and opportunity and expansion, is sitting in Taurus at the moment. Now, Jupiter is retrograde until the end of this year. So Jupiter is sort of saying to us, yes, there is opportunities. There's times there where we can really sort of try and expand out our lives. And this applies to all signs, but I will break it down in a minute for the ones that it's more applicable to, but it does apply to the 12 signs. That if there's something new that you're trying to bring in, something that you feel that is important in your life that's going to bring more success, it's a new opportunity, you want to expand something out, I'm going to suggest just tread carefully, because when a planet is going retrograde or backwards, it means that the energy itself is at its peak. It's, you know, it's like sort of being hobbled. It's like, yes, you can make some great progress, but be aware it's going to be slow. It's going to have to be deliberate. It's going to have to be definite, and it might not work as quickly as you would like. There may be some obstacles in the way. There may be some things that you haven't considered there. Now, with Jupiter here, it's making an uncomfortable aspect known as an inconjunct. Now, what that means is that the planet Jupiter is approximately 150 degrees away from the planet Mars, which is sitting in Libra. So it's an uncomfortable sort of energy. It's not saying it's impossible. It's just saying we need to find some different solutions here. So Jupiter's sort of asking you to slow down a little bit on being so excited and so gung-ho that this is the greatest thing that's ever going to happen in your life. It's not saying it can't be. It's just saying we need to slow it down, make sure that we've done our due due diligence, made sure that we've considered that we're not hurting someone else's feelings or creating an imbalance in another area of our lives. If all those things match up and you take your time, you're very cautious about it, and you keep reassessing the situation, then there's no reason why the project or the situation can't be successful. It's not saying it can't be successful. It's just saying, just be aware there could be a couple of obstacles, a couple of hurdles here. And again, we need to bring in our negotiation skills because we've got Mars in Libra here. So this is going to be particularly affecting Tauruses, Virgos, Capricorns, and also Scorpios. The other remaining 8 signs, it'll be a more watered down effect for them. It's more to do with those 4 signs. And then we'd also bring in Libra into the equation too, because we've got Mars in Libra here. So there's going to be sort of a little bit of toing and froing here that we need to be sort of aware of. It's more to do with the earth signs and the opposite sign of Taurus, which is Scorpio. Then it sort of filters down into Libra next, and then it filters down to the rest of us. So just be aware, if you're trying to bring in something new, there may be a couple of obstacles. There may be some extra paperwork that needs to be sorted out. So you just need to sort of be aware and have your patience hat on. You know, sometimes we get a little bit too impatient as human beings, I feel. So we've also got Jupiter again in Taurus, and it's conjunct or holding hands Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected. Now, I've already mentioned that Jupiter is going retrograde, so is Uranus. Uranus is going retrograde till later in the year as well. So what it does is it waters down the energy or takes the intensity out of the energy, with Jupiter trying to bring in the expansion, the opportunities, and with Uranus here trying to create the openings out of nowhere or speed things up or bring things across quicker. It helps the situation that I just previously spoke about with the in conjunct to Mars, but it's also saying that maybe we need to look for some alternatives. Maybe we need to look a little bit further afield. Maybe we haven't struck that pot of gold yet. Maybe there's another way of presenting this or bringing something else into the equation that we're trying to get sorted out. So there's many opportunities there. It's just like, don't get frustrated. You know, if you hit a roadblock, then stop, think, look, go back to the card of the week, the work frustration, stand on the end of the shovel and say, hang on a minute, is there another way I can look at these things? Is there another approach? Because that's what you're being asked of here. All the 12 signs will come up against a few little frustrations between now and the end of the year. Of course, that's life. But it means that we can find alternative solutions. We have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting at home in Virgo at the moment. So communication should be very, very clear. It may be a little bit slower than what we would like. We may not be getting messages and emails and things like that returned as quickly as we would like. But rest assured that when they do come through or the message comes through, it will be a lot clearer than what it has been for a long time. It'll be very concise and to the point. So it will be an opportunity there where we can sort of really start to get some major breakthroughs, particularly if we've been waiting on some major stuff to come through, things that are life-changing or things that are, you know, holding areas of our life up. We need to sort of work through these and, you know, explain ourselves and sort of be very clear in communication. So if you've got to have any communication with an official or a government agency, make sure that your communication is clear. My suggestion would be put it in writing. Sometimes people just don't have their listening ears on, even though you think they do, and their interpretation of your voice and what's being said sometimes is not the way that it is. And I'm a firm believer in putting things in writing, and then there is no misinterpretation. It's there in black and white. So we also have Neptune sitting in Pisces at the moment. Neptune rules Pisces, so it feels very, very comfortable there. It's also going retrograde at the moment. So Neptune is sort of, you know, not necessarily complicating things, but it's bringing things out of the fog a little bit, because Neptune's known to go into a sort of a fog and then we come out the other side and things start to clear. Now, even though it's retrograde and people would sort of think that's the fog intensifying, sometimes that just means that the creativity or the solutions that we've been seeking are intensifying. They're getting stronger. They're becoming clearer. We just, again, needed to look for some alternative, different ways to sort out the issues or the situations that we're going through. This can be an incredibly creative time. It can also be a time where people are sort of feeling as if you know, a lot of the people that they've been able to rely on a changing direction or have got a different outlook, or, you know, there's a lot of movement in politics and government officials at the moment. Everybody seems to be shuffling the deck chairs. It's okay. Let's just go with it. You know, maybe it's a time for a shake up for some fresh faces, from some new ideas to sort of bring some creative new solutions to the table. It's a positive thing. We also have Saturn, the planet of discipline, structure, and is sitting in Pisces too. So this is bringing the structure that is needed here to Neptune in Pisces. So if, you know, governments are reshuffling the deck chairs and we've got new leaders being elected or new people coming into party rooms, things like that, it's a good thing, because it's time we need some fresh input. We need some fresh ideas. We need some new ways of looking at things. We need some new ways of problem solving. There will be a number of investigations, I'm sure, going on around the world into various different matters. But one of the major topics at the moment around the world is global warming. Whether you believe in it or not, it's here to stay. We've got to start addressing this, and there's a lot of talk around that around government tables at the moment, that what to do next with these weather events that keep turning up. The other major issue is that people are now starting to sort of take a look in the rear vision mirror about how we handled COVID worldwide and what we did locally, and was there things that we could have improved or done differently, and maybe sort of set a benchmark for heavens above, that we never have another pandemic again in our lifetime. But, you know, we never know. We can't say we don't know, but maybe there was lessons that we could learn from this one. So there's lots of things happening astrologically around the world. Whatever your star sign is, try and sort of relax, be ready for the changes that are coming, because there's always change. That's one thing that's guaranteed. There's always change coming around the world, and we just need to be prepared for it. So we're going to talk with Joni in Boone in Iowa in USA. Are you there, Joni?
I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yes. Well, there's just been a lot going on. My husband passed away 3 months ago at the age of 40. And like I said, there's just been a lot going on with his family and stuff like that. I was wondering if he has like messages for me or our boys, or.
Joni, I want to say how sorry I am. I know what that feels like, to be in that situation, to be widowed and to be a young widow is something I think that's more difficult than somebody that's much older, that's had a long life with their partner, and, you know, we all get to an age when we're going to, you know, potentially expire. But to lose somebody when they're young and to have children to raise too is a very, very difficult situation. And, you know, people don't understand what it is to go through that. It's not just your own personal grief of losing your husband and the love of your life. You've got little people that need to understand their emotions as well. No matter what age they are, it's still uncomfortable. They've lost their dad and they don't know where to put their feelings or how to deal with it. And then you put in all the legalities and the things that need to be sorted through, and families aren't always as supportive as what they should be, or what we expect they're going to be under times like this. I feel his family are struggling with the loss as well, and I don't know that they're coping with it that well, and they haven't really been what I would term as loving and as supportive of you and the boys, have they?
No, they haven't.
Not at all. And I think your husband would be quite disgusted with their behaviour if he was able to sit down and have a cup of coffee with us and voice his opinion at the moment. I think he'd be absolutely disgusted. That's what I'm picking up. Look, sweetie, I can assure you that I haven't had anybody come through from the other side yet and tell me it's horrible over there. Most of the time they come through and they just want you to know that they're there, that, you know, they're more concerned about you and the boys than they are about themselves. I mean, I know this was a shock. I don't believe your husband thought he was going anywhere. So, you know, he's still coming to terms with the fact that he's gone and that he's not coming back, and he's not going to be there to, you know, to spend the rest of his life with you and the children. But at the same time, he's showing me a beautiful big pink heart. So that means he still loves you. He still cares for you. He's with you every second of the day. I don't know that he would be disappointed in you taking a stand against his family. I think he would stand by your side with that, and I think he would actually encourage it, if that makes any sense.
It does.
Yeah, he's not expecting you to to bend and be what they want you to be. You're your own person. You're the mother of my children, and you'll do what's best for the boys. And that's what he wants to. He's very firm with that. Look, he appreciates you're sad, you're lonely, and a lot of emotions you're going to go through, for a very long time. And there's no bus timetable when grief actually finishes, because it doesn't actually officially ever finish. I think we find a comfortable spot to put it in. And, we find our own ways of coping and dealing with it. And, if I can make one suggestion is do things that feel right to you. If you want to have a birthday party your husband's next birthday, have one with the boys. That's a good thing. Find little things that work for you, that help you guys get through your grief. And don't let anybody tell you that it's weird or it's kooky or you shouldn't do that. It's your way of coping with it. I had lots of little things I did with my children as they were growing up, when they lost their father when they were very young. And they tell me now, and they're grown adults, that it helped them cope with it. It helped them feel normal. So I know that your life is going to go through lots of changes in the next 12 months. All I can say to you is just take 1 hour at a time, and don't look at anything as being wrong. If you're sad, cry. If you're happy, dance. Just do what feels right at the moment. There's no right or wrong way to deal with this. But I know you're going to come out the other side, Joni, and your husband will never, ever, ever leave your side. You'll get some sort of signs. You'll smell his aftershave, or you'll see something out of the corner of your eye. Just talk to him. That's him. He's there with you all the time. So I hope that's helped you, sweetie.
Yes, thank you.
You're very, very welcome. We're going to talk with Natasha now in Bristol, in England, in the UK. Are you there, Natasha?
Yes, thank you.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Natasha?
This is general, please.
Okay. I usually like a question, because then I can get in if there's a particular area that you wanted me to cover, but I'm happy to just generally have a look if that's what you want, Natasha.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. First thing that they're showing me is that there's been a number of endings, changes, and transformations. Has there been some really major projects around yourself that you've been working on this year, Natasha?
Yes.
Yeah. And they're showing me a couple of those we've sort of come through the other side, but there's still one or two there that we're almost ready to say, I've completed that. But it's like this last little push is going to take an almighty effort. Is that where you're at the moment, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. And they're just sort of saying to me, from your spirit guides are just saying to me, just keep going, just, baby steps. You will get there. You will achieve things. You'll be pleased to know 2024 is going to be a hell of a lot easier than 2023. But this was necessary, I think, to sort of complete these things, to be able to put them in the completed basket and to be ready to be able to move forward. So, did you move house, or did you just make some major changes while living in this place?
I'm wanting to move.
You're not what, sweetie?
I'm wanting to move.
Oh, you're wanting to move. Okay. That's why I'm getting that real push to sort of move then. Okay. I wasn't sure whether they were sort of saying to me that with all the changes that had been on, that was sufficient, or whether it was time to move. Good. I'm pleased you're saying you want to move, because I feel there is a move, and I feel that that's one of the next steps. After we get through these two things, they keep showing me two things that need to be completed. And then I think the doorways open up for you to be able to sort of move and make other changes, and things become a lot easier. Why do I feel that there's been a lot of tears, Natasha?
A lot of what?
A lot of tears. It's like there's been a lot of tears that have had to flow, whether they've been actual real tears that have rolled down your face, or whether they've just been tears on the inside. But it's like that's also coming to an end now too. So there's been a lot of releases or letting go, hasn't there? A lot of tears that flowed.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with tears flowing, sweetie. That's a sign of strength. It's never a sign of weakness. I also sort of feel quite lonely. And I'm not saying you don't have people in your life, but I feel this innate sense of loneliness. It's like, does that mean you haven't got a partner?
I have got one.
Yeah, but you can still have a partner and still feel incredibly lonely too.
Yeah, I do get you. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'm not saying the relationship's wrong. I'm just saying I'm picking up this real feeling of sort of loneliness, of having to do so much by myself, that it would be nice just once to have somebody I could reach out or lean on or give the task to them. But it's always been you, hasn't it? It's been sort of like you and you and you against the world. It's sort of like, even though there's people around you, it's always been you that's had to do the work.
Yeah.
I can't look. I'd love to say that's all going to change, but I think what's changing is your attitude to it. That sort of like, you're not searching for that anymore. You're not searching for that someone that can help you. You know, you've accepted, well, this is the way it is, and I'm just going to make the best of it and get on with it. And I feel that in itself is going to break this monotony where you won't feel so lonely. I know that sounds stupid, but that's the way they're presenting it to me, by just sort of accepting it and accepting this is your lot. That it's sort of like, then it's like we've pushed through that barrier or that boundary, and then things start to sort of open up. But 2024 is certainly a much happier year. It's like we open the door, the sunshine comes in, a move of residence, which is going to open your whole life up. It's not just moving residence, it's with that move comes a whole brand new life. So I can only take from that, with the move, that you've got more confidence in yourself, you're getting out and about more, you're meeting more people, and I just don't feel this innate sense of loneliness anymore, or isolation. So are you planning on moving to somewhere where there's more activity?
I haven't got any plans of where to move yet.
No, I can only give you what they give me, and they're just showing me that once you've made the move, it's like your life feels less lonely. I feel happier in myself, and it feels like life is worth living again. And it's like, this is a really, really positive thing. And I feel very comfortable with that. So I hope that's helped you, Natasha. But I know that, you know, where you've been coming from and where you're going to is, we've almost come out the other side of that very long, dark tunnel that you've had to keep sort of inching further forward, you know, slowly but surely, and you're just about out the other side. I can just see the light at the end of the tunnel. So that's where we're going to leave Natasha in Bristol. It's always difficult when we have changes in our life, and particularly like young Joni with her young boys, that, you know, with losing somebody that was really important to us. You know, she lost a partner. There's many of us that have been through that, and there's many of us that yet will go through it again. And it's always an incredibly difficult time, and there is no rule book. Can I suggest for anybody that's going through loss, a book on death and dying by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross is the best book on grief. There is one written about children and how they handle grief too, by Dr. Ross. So that's my suggestion there. This week I want to leave you with a song that I think is very appropriate, and I just get guided by spirit each week at which song I'm going to suggest, and or something that's been going through my head, and which tarot card I pull. They all seem to all come together and make the show complete. And this week's an oldie but a goodie. It's Never Going to Let You Go. And I think that's actually very appropriate for Joni and the Boys by Sergio Mendes. It's a beautiful, beautiful love song, and it's a song I hadn't heard for a very long time until just before the show. So Joni, I'm going to dedicate that song to you and the boys from your late husband, Never Going to Let You Go by Sergio Mendes. So I hope you look it up on YouTube or wherever you get your musical feeds from. It's a beautiful love song, and I know now I know why I picked that song. It's for you from your loving husband. So for anybody that's had a loss and this song's appropriate for you, or even for the rest of us that might have love in our lives, that, you know, we've got our partners are still alive and kicking and enjoying life with us, and sometimes they frustrate us, but that's part of the journey of love, isn't it? So until next week, Never Going to Let You Go by Sergio Mendes. Bye for now.